Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for December 14th, 2020, 10 a.m. session. No public testimony will be allowed during this review session. The following cases have requested adjournments. Item number 1, 2019-90A, 2432 Gerolman Street, Brooklyn. Item number 2, 2019-66BZ, 15 Terrace View Avenue, Manhattan. Item number 3, 2019-203BZ, 144-43 Farmers Boulevard, Queens. The following case is postponed, 2020-33BZ. Oh, sorry.
There's also another adjournment that was requested last minute on a DOB case.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
190A.
Yes, I apologize. I forgot that one. Right, so on the other one is 2019-190A, 40-17, 28th Avenue, Queens.
Right.
Okay. And the following case is postponed. Item number 4, 2020-33BZ, 437 88th Street, Brooklyn. The following are decision cases. Item number 5, 5830BZ, 7313 Cooper Avenue, Queens.
Okay. Okay, metered lighting tests were conducted with lights on and off and revealed light spread onto the neighboring property. The applicant proposes to change the lighting at the canopy to prevent this. I just want to say that they need to change the lighting at whatever source to prevent it. But we can make that a condition to approval. They also corrected on the plans and the statement of fact the selling floor area, which was a question raised by our council. So I would like to make, and of course anybody else's comments are welcome. I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that they replace the lighting as needed to ensure 0.0 light readings at the residential property line. That they maintain the building, asphalt, landscaping, wheel stops, trash enclosure, and keep the site graffiti and litter free, and maintain, of course, the lighting levels at the adjacent residential property line at 0.0 lumens. Does anybody have any additional comments on this? Okay, so then I'd like to make that conditional motion to grant. And I want to thank this applicant for being so cooperative throughout the hearing, very responsive to all of our comments, jumped right in to respond. It's a pleasure to work with an applicant like that. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
So the motion to approve, Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 6, 5597BZ, 7636 164th Street, Queens.
Just 1 second. Okay, as requested, bollards were installed with the intention of keeping cars from parking past the property line. I'm not sure that the number of bollards is adequate, but they provided them. This was actually something Commissioner Shanda had requested. So if she has a chance to look at those drawings.
I did. Yes, it may not be adequate, but this was more as a stopgap because the eventual plan is to repave the portion of the property that is city-owned. And so this is just a holdover period. And once it's repaved, with the bollards there and the repavement, I think it would be even more clear as to the location of the lot line.
Okay, great, thank you. Also, the landscape plan was updated because there was an inconsistency between the site plan and the landscape plan. Any other comments on this one? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that the asphalt that's on on city property be removed and replaced with the cement sidewalk. And to also, as a standard, maintain the site, asphalt, buildings, landscapings, bollards in place, and keep the site graffiti and litter free, and lighting levels at 0.0 on adjacent residential property line. This is an extension of term limited to 10 years under 11-411. Okay, so with that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Item number 7, 25602BZ, 160 Imlay Street, Brooklyn.
I have to recuse on this one, so I'm turning off my Zoom.
So at the last hearing, we had asked the applicant to provide interior photos requested by Commissioner Sheta. Commissioner Sheta, you're satisfied with the documents that were provided?
Yes, I am, and I want to thank them. Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't think we have any other comments on it, so we should approve it with the standard terms and conditions and the time period.
Okay, Vice Chair,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Item number 8, 2019-19A, 107 Manet Avenue, Staten Island. Is Madam Chair back? Oh. You're muted.
I'm muted. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm scrolling. I'm getting there. 1 second. Okay. So it looks like we finally have DEP sign off on the water main connection as of October 28th, which we received on 2 sets on November 13th and November 20th. And we just received this morning, I think, final sign off for the project from DEP. So it's the final total DEP sign off. With respect to the street status, which was a question posed by our council, we do have a borough president's topo map that shows Manny as a CCO street as of 1990. That's what was submitted since we weren't being at the EP letter of status. But I do think that having that topo map is actually just as good as it's a BP topo map. So I don't think that there were any conditions. So I'd like to make any other comments on this? No, I'd like to make a motion to grant then.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Applications granted. Item number 9, 2019-282A through 2019-291A, 18-26 to 1850 Bay Lane, Queens.
So just as a reminder to everyone, this is the large GCL 36 waiver. Let me see. We had
They
originally.
requested an adjournment.
No, they withdrew that.
Tony,
Oh.
please.
Oh.
They requested an adjournment and then they followed it up with 2 days later an email to withdraw the adjournment, which I knew about, but only was this morning put in to submit. So they decided to stand on their submission. This is one that has been discussed a lot. There's a lot of, let's say, material in our hearings, in our review sessions, and the conversation. So I don't think it's necessary to summarize our position, our different positions, whatever they are. So I would just like to make, as is customary, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
No.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
No.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No.
Application has been denied. Item number 10, 2020 60A, 180 Ashland Place, Brooklyn.
Okay, one second. Okay. All right, DOT has signed off on the method by which the sidewalk will be dedicated to public use. I'm actually surprised that DOT doesn't want a restrictive declaration for this, but they didn't seem to ask for it. So we'll make DOT's conditions our conditions. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on DOT's conditions, which were kind of restated in the cover letter submitted by the applicant, which are that they will construct an additional 5 feet of sidewalk along Ashland Place, increasing the total sidewalk width to approximately 12 feet, and ensure that the 5 feet from the building line will be dedicated as publicly accessible sidewalk. That there's a minimum of approximately 10 feet of sidewalk maintained in front of the proposed vestibule on Ashland Place, and that the applicant will submit a builder's pavement plan filed with the Department of Buildings to DOT for review and approval by DOT's Sidewalk Inspection Management and Pedestrian Ramp Program. And DOT requires that the applicant must coordinate with the Brooklyn Borough Engineer's Office of DOT to determine the loading, unloading zone along Ashland Place during the BPP review process and subsequent installation of necessary signage. And for our council's benefit, that is the conditions in the DOT letter. And it's also reiterated by the applicant and shown on the drawings. So with that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, application's been granted. Item number 11, 2019-261BZ, 960 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
The requested setback from the front yard was made at the central portion. I think the building looks a lot less massive that way, even though it's a very massive building. I just want to note again that, so initially this applicant submitted revised plans without bubbling the plans. So the project manager had to reach out and get bubbled plans. And then those bubble plans were submitted without a list of the changes. So I want to say that the project managers should not accept, and applicants in particular should never be submitting revised plans that don't include a bubble set with a list of all of the changes that follows the administrative notice. Without it, it makes our review very difficult. And it's a requirement of our administrative notice, so we'll reject submissions that don't have those two things. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that removal of more than 50% of the existing perimeter walls and or more than 50% of the joists will void the special permit. So on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Is that an aye?
Yes, it is. Aye.
Sorry, thank you. The application's granted. Item number 12, 2020-35BZ, 13618 Maple Avenue, Queens.
minute. All right. I just want to clarify for the record. So this is for the benefit of council because I got a little bit confused on this last submission that included a site survey. That the subject site is lot 3 in block 5135 and known as 136-18 Maple Avenue. But it is also, but it's also in the FAA materials known as 42-01 Main Street, which is the address of adjacent lot 1. And that the points given to the FAA for site level elevation include lot 1 and lot 3. So this is for clarification because it was a little confusing. What's going on? Why is lot 1 included? So we have confirmation from the air and space engineer or aeronautical engineer. I have to say I'm not sure what is Mr. Pittman's official engineer title is. On another hearing we'll find out. That the site elevation points given to the FAA for this site and which appear on FAA form 7460-1 were in NAVD 88 based on licensed surveys. I also reached out directly to the FAA myself and also spoke with an engineer at NOAA to confirm that what FAA is calling above mean sea level is actually NAVD 88 at elevation 0.0. That, as Mr. Colgate pointed out, is taken at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River in Canada. And as NOAA points out, is the American datum point. So it's sort of universal as to the United States, or say the United States. The Canadians would be upset with what I just said, like United States datum point. So for all applications going forward, and I want all the project managers who will receive these applications to make note of this, and our council, for all applications going forward, we will need a survey of the site elevations shown in NAVD 88 and a copy of completed form 7460-1 that's filed with the FAA, that was filed with the FAA, so proof that it was, so that we can confirm the datum being used is in fact NAVD 88, and therefore the FAA's determination expressed in AMSL is actually NAVD 88. What I learned in some of the discussions was that sometimes the FAA receives site elevations in another datum, and then they give sort of what they call a penalty to that because they're not in NAVD 88, and we don't want to deal with that. But we do know that sometimes architects don't know that we're in NAVD 88 land now, and we'll end up getting local like Brooklyn datum and things like that on the drawings. So, but I want to publicly thank, I'm sorry, I need to turn off my notification. I'm the one beeping. I'll figure that out. I want to publicly thank Mr. Colgate and Mr. Pittman for their intellectual curiosity on the subject of the datums and for reaching out to the relevant agencies for written clarification, because I do have to say that without their pursuit together like this, we'd still be straying down an incorrect path. And this was more than helpful. It was important that they did this. So thank you again. So then I would like to make a conditional, a motion to grant conditionally, which is really based on the environmental review. So as per the October 2020 remedial action plan, a vapor barrier system consisting of Grace pre-proof 300R/160R and Grace bituthene shall be used unless an amendment is approved by DEP. Upon completion of the remediation requirements, a professional engineer certified remedial closure report shall be submitted for DEP review and approval. Right, Tracy? I just kind of copied that from your notes. Is Tracy there? She is muted. Okay, unless we hear otherwise from Tracy, those are the terms. Okay. All right, so with that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Granted. Item number 13, 2020-19BZ, 14427 39th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, there was no submission on this, but we needed to clarify the hours because they were giving us little snips of classroom time. So, so we're going to just kind of group the hours together. The hours will be arranged to make it easy. We're going to say 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, and 11:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. on Sunday. And so for a motion to grant based on those hours.
Chair Promoter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 14, 2020-22 BZ 33-12 36th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, there was a submission to clarify floor area, which was requested by our council. The gross floor area of the PCE is 7,067 square feet. And again, it's the same type of activity as the prior one. The hours will be arranged of 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. on Sunday. So with that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda, sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Item number 15, 2019-292 BZ 41-62 Bone Street, Queens.
I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Is it Bone?
I don't know. So the main issue here was we were conditioning, this was the set of drawings that were so wonderful that I said they need to be used as they should be used as a model going forward because they were so clear. And one of the reasons they were so clear is the applicant went to enormous trouble, I assume, to translate NAVD 88 or AMSL into NAVD 88 using what we thought was mean sea level at a nearby station point, such as the Throgs Neck Bridge. So, which was a difference of a few inches, but nonetheless a difference, right? Now we've learned that actually AMSL, as stated by the FAA, is the same as NAVD 88, provided that the survey and the form that I mentioned earlier, the form that's submitted, and I think Mr. Pittman represents this applicant too, the form that's submitted to the FAA uses NAVD 88 as the site elevation. So what I think we really should do is defer decision on this and give the applicant till, if they need it tomorrow, it could even be closed, right before we close the hearing, and give them enough time to do this. Close the full hearing, right? To give them enough time to do this, to go back and correct. My apologies for having told them to do this. It took us all of these many months and intellectual curiosity on the part of one applicant team to find out that these two datum are actually the same. One's a datum and one's a point is the way the FAA describes it. So I would like to defer this until later in the afternoon. So tomorrow afternoon or today if they want to submit it immediately, but they don't need to submit it so quickly. So this is Daryl's case. So Daryl, if you could reach out to your applicant and let them know about this. Maybe they're listening, but check with them, please. A phone call would probably be faster, but followed by an email, okay? Thanks, Daryl. Okay.
Okay. Now we'll on to special order calendar.
Now we're going to Marina Drive, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, appeals calendar continued hearing, item number 24, 2019, 182A, 1 Marina Road, Queens.
Okay, we're doing this as a review session because I and Commissioner Sheta, and I don't know about the other commissioners, found so many problems with the submission that it seemed necessary to go to hearing, and instead that they should be responding to our comments, and maybe that way they can do it faster, and we don't have to have a long hearing today when there's too many open issues. So one of the questions, these are my comments, one of the questions the board presented was why the concession building cannot be 2 stories, where the second story contains functions that do not require ADA access and therefore can be lifted above design flood elevation. Our staff reached out to DEC and learned that a 2-story structure could be acceptable provided it otherwise meets DEC regulations. And we're aware of the concerns about increasing shadow and so on from the previous size building. To our knowledge, that's not a hard, fast rule. It's a desire, right? So one response from the applicant to the proposal that we had asked them to pursue of separating functions to move them above design flood is that the Parks Department has what they call a policy of, quote, not separating functions. I'd like to ask, is that a law? Because I don't think it's a law. It seems to be a preference because Appendix G and FEMA and the ADA are laws which the applicant has to comply with absent our waiver. The ADA, a federal law, allows accessible facilities to be provided separately if there are conditions preventing them from being grouped with other facilities, as long as a disabled person has access to equivalent services. And I remind that a public restroom typically has only one accessible toilet room that meets ADA requirements, whereas the other narrow stalls in those kind of gang toilet rooms do not. So the way I understand this, we can reduce the footprint of the structure below base flood by 350 square feet if you move the non-accessible toilet rooms above base flood elevation, and it's actually probably a lot more than 350 square feet. So, you know, to put that into perspective, you've got an ADA accessible toilet room on the ground floor. So you no longer need turnarounds. You no longer need that extra wide turnaround ADA room on the gang toilet rooms upstairs. And arguably, you could have an individual toilet room because on the second floor, because there were only 2 toilets in the women's room, and there's 1 toilet and a urinal in the men's room as proposed, right? So the size of the toilet rooms upstairs can be significantly smaller than what was proposed to be at grade if you have 1 ADA toilet room on the ground floor. And also, you know, the reality is that we also have a preference. In fact, in New York City, there's a law that our that our toilet rooms be non-gender specific now. If you remember, all of the rooms in city buildings now just have a gender neutral designation. So I'm a little confused about why these are being called men's and women's rooms aside from the presence of the urinal. So, which could be a separate room arguably, right? The applicant seems to be insisting on the ramp to the second floor when there is no law, as far as I can tell, that requires it if equivalent services are provided at the first level. This is what is driving all of the cost and footprint arguments, as far as I understand it. Of course, I do also understand that Commissioner Sheta had directed them to look at removing all the structure at grade, but and putting it all on an elevated portion. But I do understand this idea, you know, the difference in elevation is 7 feet. So that's a 70-foot long ramp. And the idea of making a disabled person go up a 70-foot long ramp with a wheelchair is extreme. Though, of course, there's a possibility of a Lula lift, which I think lifts to 7 feet, which should also have been explored in that respect. So at the last hearing, my instructions were clear. If I were the client, would you be showing me little box diagrams to prove that what I want from my project won't work? No, and if you did, I would probably go find another architect because I asked you, do this. And instead we got bubble diagrams, and which are the most basic beginning of an analysis to determine whether things fit, or let's say whether things should go next to each other. I just didn't understand why we were receiving a bubble diagram when the instruction was solve this the way I, client, want it solved. So what you would have done is you would have sent me a set of drawings that are at least as detailed as the first proposal. And from that, I could make an informed decision. The bubble diagrams have no dimensions, so I can't compare the footprints. And why, and then just to keep going, why does a utility room now need to be on 2 floors? And why, if you're, and again, I just go on about the toilet room. So I want to say that refusing to respond to our direction is not how you move this application along. And I feel like the applicant is digging in their heels, and I don't take kindly to that response from any of our applicants. It's not getting us anywhere. There is also no cross-section of the structure as proposed. And I'd like to know what is the enclosure at the roof for the mechanical equipment and what gives it its stability and wave actions. It appears to be, quote, a pergola, which is effectively an enclosed second story accessed by a roof hatch. So it's got walls and a roof. That makes it a second story. I don't know what's not a second story about that thing that's being called a mechanical pergola. So I wonder what the objection to a 2-story structure is when this is basically a 2-story structure or a 1.5-story structure. Floodgates are shown in front of the doors. What about the windows that are below design flood elevation as shown in detail section A311-2 and the east elevation on A201? Also, A311-2 is not correct as to the east and west elevations where the direction of the pergola panels are vertical while the building below is horizontal. Also provide a section through the pergola roof. We now have cut sheets on some of the materials to be used. I didn't find data on the ability of the clipped metal panels to withstand extreme wind or flood conditions. We talked about that before in an extreme wave action, which these lower portions will experience. How do we know that the waves just won't blow off these panels because they're clipped on, right? And this building will be under significant wave action under the water often, like any pier in storm situations. And if the floodgates are the solution, I'd like to know when they will be deployed and how what's the process for instructing or whatever the concessionaire to deploy the floodgates. We do have experience with the issue of floodgate installation in buildings that receive Appendix G waivers, though we've granted hardly any of these waivers. Plumbing and electrical plans and sections E101 and P101 do not show the equipment located above the design flood elevation. So I don't know where that information is. When I say the equipment, I mean on those drawings, that's the first floor plan, not the roof. And taking all of the plumbing, HVAC, and electrical equipment into account, which, by the way, I verified by looking at the specifications for each one of those pieces of equipment and finding out what the equipment was. I don't understand the purpose of this large utility room. I think it sounds like it's really a storage room for the concessionaire. The ejector pump, hot water heater, there's an ejector pump, there's a hot water heater that can be ceiling mounted, and in fact is ceiling mounted according to the information. And there's a wall mounted electric heater and ceiling mounted ductwork. So what's the reason for this large room? And if it's really a storage room for the concession, then that could actually be on the second level and accessed from a ship's ladder or a steep stair to get there by the concessionaire, so that they can just do from the back of their counter. So those are my comments, and I just want to go back again to, in looking at the structure, in looking at the functions that are on the first floor, the issue has to do with keeping the floor plate small so that the shadow over the water is small. When I look at what could be removed from the first floor and moved to the second floor, and how much smaller what's moved to the second floor can be as a result of splitting the functions, it seems to me the floor plate might actually go down. But until you actually do the drawing and do it seriously, we can't find that out, okay? And the staircase could be included inside the building within the same footprint. It doesn't need to be on the outside of the building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but you need to be creative, and you need to take it in the way that I directed earlier, which is, I'm your client and I told you I want this. Don't tell me I can't have this with little boxes, colored boxes. Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair Shanda.
I looked through the submission, and I am satisfied with what has been submitted, and I really don't have an issue. I think the only thing I want to be mindful of is that a lot of scenarios are possible to make the building be above the design flood elevation. The applicant is here before us for a reason, and I think it's not just because they didn't want to do it. It is, as I see it, it's more of combination of several things. One is, what is it DEC, DEP will allow? What is it cost-wise, cost to the city that would allow? What is it operationally is functional with the minimal amount of staff? Because the applicant has indicated in prior cases, it was not at all viable with more than one employee. So trying to contain the operation of the concession stand with the toilets, everything in one footprint, and not having to have maintained too many eyes on too many levels, on too many directions, and containing it was another, safety was the other factor of it. So I think there were a lot of programmatic elements, the financial elements, and also the regulatory elements. Those were the three at least that comes to my mind, were very much being considered in trying to ensure they came up with a design that would serve all these three elements. What I do know from my experience when I was reviewing a project, this was for the Hunters Point South Park along the East River in Queens. And the Hunters Point South Park was built in phases. And the last phase that was being built, that was after Sandy. And though it had an approval prior to the Sandy, when post Sandy, it did have an approval post Sandy, but it didn't get built until recently. And at that time, the city was asked to cut down more and more of the changes, especially reducing as much of the footprint and shadow elements onto the water. So those, even though there were approvals, there was further reduction that was being made, and DEC was extremely they did not budge, let's put it this way. We really did not get anywhere with that. So we had to cut down a lot of the design and abide by more of the stringent regulations. So I don't know what exactly DEC's regulation is on this one, but given what we went through with the park design of Hunters Point South along East River, I will not be surprised if DEC holds its grounds and makes it more stringent as the days go by. So with that, what has been submitted in the past and the recent submission hasn't changed my opinion on it, and I'm supportive of this application if we were to vote it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. No, we're not voting it. This is an adjournment, right? Adjournment of the hearing.
I just want to say that I'm in support of this application as it stands now.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also agree with the vice chair, and I am supportive of this application as it is now. It is a public works project that's being promulgated by a New York City agency, and I feel that especially in the times of COVID with the large looming budget gaps, cost is a premium consideration here. And so I think if the Parks Department can demonstrate that they would save money through the creation of this project as they have proposed it to us, then I am absolutely on board, because money saved from this project could go to other projects that may otherwise not be built. And this is actually going to serve the marina area very well to refurbish these marinas, which are decrepit and falling apart. No other comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna start like my colleagues were saying that yes, I totally, this is a public project. I really, truly, extremely support this project. I want to move it. But like the other two colleagues just mentioned, the cost, because this is a public project, that expenses for this project is going to be out of taxpayers' money. I want to make sure that this project is going to be built the way it should be built. The way it should be built first to do its function, because we're not designing projects to be cheap. We're designing projects to function. And then with the function in place, I want to make sure that this project is built in the optimum way. And long story short, cut to the chase. If we have two options, the first one is an elevated concession, and the second one is not an elevated concession, a concession at the pier level, like what is proposed. Which one would be cheaper? One word, definitely, positively, for sure, the elevated one, much cheaper. Why? It doesn't need an engineer to make a decision on this. Look at all the cost associated right now in the proposal with the 20-inch diameter steel pile extending 110 feet deep with concrete filling inside with these all gigantic structural elements. If you just take this structure and close your eyes and imagine that the bay is turned into a garden and you want to put this building in the middle of that garden, it's a one story or 1.5 story building. That's very similar, no difference from a single family house, right? And guess what? Compare the cost for a single family house to the cost that we're looking at for the building that I just described. Just look at the piles. A single pile could be 25 grand. So this is the big picture here. Why I'm talking about this? Because this is my job. Appendix G calls for us to make sure that waiving the requirements of this appendix is not gonna result in increasing public expenses. It's not gonna be wasting public money. Is this gonna be happening if this building is totally built at elevation 10, the pier elevation? I believe so far, and I got nothing to make me change my mind, the answer is yes. So what is the solution here? Should we just keep asking for this building to be totally above flood elevation? Or would the applicant keep insisting that we're not building this building, but at elevation 10? The applicant is not helping us, and I'm really, really upset. I never seen something like that from engineers. Probably from lawyers. Maybe because we get disconnected with lawyers, because I'm an engineer, he's a lawyer, we talk different languages. But we engineers, we talk the same language. This building, the concession, that one in question, could be built partially at the pier elevation and partially at the top. The response we're getting, first of all, my opinion is we should explore building this entire building above design flood. If the ramp, yes, I understand the ramp is probably tough and is kind of a tough idea. Yes, it's a 70 feet, probably even more. If you put some like landing in between, it's 100 feet. And it's very tough to a handicap to go all the way to the top, to elevation 17. Yes, I agree. And it could be as simple as that. The argument could have been as simple as that. It's tough for someone to get to the top. Understood, with a wheelchair. So what is the alternative? A lift? A lift could cost what? 50 grand, probably 70, 3 piles. So far, we have more than probably 40 piles. If one pile is 25 grand, a lift worth 4 piles. You put a lift, you eliminate 4 piles, and then you get the rest of the piles eliminated. That's a public money savings. That's why I'm pushing. So I hope this is clear. Cost-wise, if you want to build this building in a cost-effective way, forget about putting this building at the flood elevation. It is harmful to the public money. This is the first point. The second point, the technical issues. I'm really scared because of the kind of interaction I had so far on this application. I had very preliminary issues concerning the design, and you know what? This is the first time I'm really not happy that I'm looking at a design for a project. I wish I would look at the design for this project because I really got tired. From the beginning, wave height was an issue. We started talking about wave height, and the answer was, oh, ASCE, the design standard for the flood loads, call for 78, about 80% of the water depth to be considered as wave height. Oh, we didn't follow the ASCE. Okay, so what did you follow? We followed the coastal engineering manual. Okay, can you submit calcs? Yes, submitted. We looked at them, nothing from the coastal engineering manual. Some information tagged up in tables. It didn't say where they are coming from clearly, like what kind of information, what kind of data. Where did you get the wave height from? It's not clear. This wave is not controlled by the depth. That's why we didn't use the ACE. Okay, so what is controlled with? Pitch. I did look into the calcs submitted, nothing there regarding the pitch, how they related the wave height to the pitch. And instead of designing for a wave that's 80% of 25 feet, which is the water depth, it's just less than 3 feet wave height. So the design wave that's considered in the calculations for this project is less than 3 feet. The design wave that the ASCE, which is so far is the design manual that should be adapted for this project, is probably 20 plus. I totally understand that maybe because of the physical conditions, the feature at that pay area, the wave cannot reach the 25 feet or whatever. Yes, understood, but give me something in writing, give me some calculations that give me confidence that you looked at this wave height reasonably. When you look at the calcs, and this is the amazing thing. So my understanding from their statement is we didn't value the wave loads. We didn't evaluate the wave loads based on the ASC. We used the coastal engineering manual. Last week, I did ask the project manager to send an email asking for the details for the procedure from the coastal engineering, because I do have the coastal engineering manual and I did look at it and I didn't see that kind of procedure. That's why I asked the project manager to reach out and ask for the procedure, and I didn't get it. And then I said, okay, so how did you evaluate the loads? Oh, we evaluated the loads using the procedure in the ASCE. So we're back to square one. And today, earlier today, a submission came. If you look at this submission, you're gonna see the only difference between this submission and the submission before, the similar one, is just the final page. And the final page actually is the procedure from the ASCE manual. So which one, please, which one did you use? Did you use the ASCE, which called for a 25 feet wave, or did you use the coastal engineering manual, which calls for something else? And I'm ready to believe in that something else, provided that you present me something, and I'm gonna ask you to put it on your drawings that you didn't follow the ASCE, you followed something else. I don't have resources, I don't have time, I don't have computer codes to review a project like this. And I'm killing myself looking at technicalities that I shouldn't be looking at. And at the end of the day, they took me from square one to square 10, and then they send me back to square one. It can work like that, at least with engineers. So wave height, it needs to be resolved clearly, because this is a critical design element. This project could cost X if you design the way you're designing right now, or it could cost 5X or 0.5X. You need to make your mind, you need to be clear. This is wave height. The second issue is the pile fixity. How deep is the pile to the fixation point? I did talk about this last hearing, and I said back of envelope calcs revealed that it could be on the order of 35 feet. What was used before is just 15. Again, pile fixity is similar to the number of stories. If you're designing 5-story or you're designing 10-story, if the pile fixity is 15, it's like 5-story building. If the pile fixity is 30, it's like 10-story building. That's simple. The calculations came, I said, give me the calculations that justified the 15. I wasn't even willing to look at calculations justifying anything else. I said, okay, I trust you. If you have calculation justifying the 15, give them to me. And guess what? Calculations came and they are justifying 30. And in the response, the engineer is accusing the board that implicitly that we pushed him to adapt a conservative design. You know what? We never did. I never did. I know what I'm doing. And if I understand what I'm doing, I wouldn't ask for even an inch on the conservative side. We didn't ask you for something conservative. I did ask you to run the numbers. You ran the numbers. You came up with 30 feet to the pile fixity. You're referring to the building code? Sir, you're confused about the building code. That clause that you submitted from the building code does not talk about the point of fixity. It talks about the lateral support. Talk to a geotech and he's gonna enlighten you on this. But the point of fixity, it could be 30, it could be 27, it could be 35. You gave me calcs. Okay, I took them. Thank you. So this, hopefully this is clear. Although if I'm doing this project and I'm sending this to parts, if I'm working on this project, there is something called L-pile analysis. Do L-pile analysis. It's gonna take a staff engineer like half an hour to do it. He's gonna give you the point of fixity, very crystal clear, put in your model, and you're gonna be confident of what you're doing. But so far, I got calcs, thank you. Other design issues, tons. Not one, not two. Regarding the analysis, it needs to be looked at. The pile size is gigantic. When this project is full of inconsistencies from the first submission. When I looked at the first submission, and I hope everybody recall this, after the first hearing, we've been told that we valued engineered this project. The project's being value engineered. And okay, value engineer project mean that if I'm designing a project and I value engineered it, and I came up with a pile that's 20 inch, that means that I need the capacity of this pile, the 20 inch capacity, that 20 inch diameter pile. I need 90%, 95% of the capacity. You cannot describe a project like this that's being value engineered, and you just need 15% of the pile section. If you look at the last submission and you look at the pile design, there is something called the interaction diagram. If you look at how much capacity for this 20-inch diameter pile used, 15%. So it's telling us that we just need 15% of this pile, and they describe this as a value engineer project. After the point of fixed, the issue is partially fixed, partially clear. Now, they believe that they're gonna use 75% of that 20-inch diameter pile capacity. And you know what? You didn't consider corrosion on this project. You provided corrosion protection for just the piles that's gonna be attached to the floating docks. For the pier, nothing. For the concession building, nothing. I did look at the drawings. There is nothing to protect against corrosion for the piles that's gonna be used for the concession building nor the pier. And if this is the case and you consider corrosion protection, probably you have to ignore portion of that pile. If you correct the wave height issue, probably this structure is gonna be stressed more. There is another thing that I just paid attention during the past submission is something called wave screen. Wave screen is provided on this project on 2 occasions. There are 2 types. One of them is independent, which is attached to nothing. And I understand that this wave screen acts like a breakwater. Great, that's gonna be helpful. But if you look at the sections for the concession and the pier, there is another wave screen that's mounted to the concession building and to the pier. This wave screen is blocking the void between the piles, between the span over the piles, 20 feet or whatever. And this wave screen for me, hopefully I'm wrong, but I perceive this as it is integrated the wave force and taking that wave force and transmitting it to the concession building and to the pier. It's like you're not helping the building. You're stressing the building. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Explain it to me. But if you believe that this wave screen is going to be rigid by itself, like a cantilever, and it's going to take the wave load and avoid transmitting this to the building, be careful. It's not going to happen. So wave screen is another issue. And if you look at the calculations that submitted just today, and I just want to mention this, and I did talk about it before. In the calculations, when like going through the ASCE procedure, it says that ground is at elevation 10. No, ground is not elevation 10. You could look at it. If you look at submission that came today, Appendix E, go to page 11 of the appendix of the PDF, and go to the first line after the bold, where it says wave loading calculated using ASCE 7-10. It says ground elevation, and look at the highlighted 10. Ground elevation is not 10. Ground elevation is -16. Yes, I understand that you're looking at the other side where the pier exists on front of the building. So you imagine, you're thinking that the ground elevation there is 10. No, it's not. Ground elevation is still at -16. The water body will be moving as one body, because this pier is in front of the building, is not gonna make the wave breaks. You're using a smaller wave for something else. It's not because the ground is at elevation 10. It's because you believe that because of the features existing in this area, the wave will be less than 20 feet or 25. So please fix that. And whoever is running these calcs should understand how these calcs are based on. What are these calcs based on? That if you read through the ASCE, these calcs are based on wave height that's depth control, meaning that the wave height is 0.78 of the water depth. It's not 3 feet or 2 point something. And if you look at the wave height here, 2.54. And if you look at these calculations and you go down after the ground elevation, you see where it says breaking wave height HB equal this, 2.54. You go all the way to the end of the calculations that they say it's based on the coastal engineering manual. It's 0.57, 2.57, totally different number. I'm puzzled here. We need to get clear on which procedure you're using to design this building against flood. And you need to help yourself by looking at this design to make it optimum. Right now, I believe this building is costing way more than it should, and it's not going to be as efficient as it should. Resolution to this is step 0. Elevate this building. If you can do it entirely, do it entirely. Elevate the entire building, put it at elevation 17 or 15 or whatever, and put a lift. If you believe that a lift is not going to work, that's fine. Don't use a ramp. I got it. Based on what the chair mentioned today, I got it. The ramp is going to be tough, not because it's going to cost 1.28 million because of additional footprint, because of additional piles. No, it's not going to cost 1.28 million. Probably if you want to build a ramp, it's going to cost you probably 100 grand, 150. No additional piles, nothing, because it should be like a very trivial wooden ramp, 6 feet wide, but it's a headache for whoever is going to use it. Put a lift, probably 100 grand, and it's going to save you tons of money. If a lift is not going to work, put the ADA accessible things down at elevation 10 and put the rest of the building up. Right now, what you're submitting to us is a building that the top of that building is at elevation 34. Okay, If DEC is okay with elevation 34, top of the building, you got plenty of room. You could build this building easily, elevated, without any conflict with DEC. Who said that? You said. Your own submission is saying that top of building could be at 33.75. You got plenty of room. So I'm imploring the engineer and the parks to please help us. Next submission should be different. We want to move this forward, and I want to be done with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Shaveta.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we can all agree that we want this project or a project like this to move forward. We all support what this project's about. Now, I am a lawyer, but I did hear my engineering colleague voice some very serious concerns. I think they should be addressed. I think that these calculations are things that they should have. And if they did design this project based on something, they should provide that to the board. I also think that we've made some appropriate requests of seeing different drawings. I don't believe that is too arduous of a task to at least have the board review. That being said, I look forward to the next submission and having some of these questions that were asked answered, as well as the concerns that Commissioner Shetta mentioned. Safety is certainly something that should be addressed. If it's actually creating, by putting the cantilever where it is, that's actually creating more stress on the building. That's a calculation that I think needs to be reviewed again. And nothing further from me.
Thank you. I just want to point out that perhaps contrary to what the applicant thinks, these requests by commissioners are not intended to just what's known as like paper the record, or it's actually because we have special findings that we need to make, that this board rarely grants these Appendix G waivers. Sort of really under the worst situations have they been granted, and our concern is, of course, safety and waive as little as possible, and understanding, of course, that this is a public project and so on. So I just don't know how to say it any other way. Please treat this with the seriousness with which we've reviewed the application and requested the materials. Okay, we can move on to the next in the review session.
Review session, special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 16, 20768 BZ, 11558 Dunkirk Street, Queens.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. A new front gate with white opaquing strips was installed and looks very good. And the curb, the flag around the curb and the curb itself was replaced, also looks good. We were provided with a new landscaping plan showing a mix of very tall and lower shrubs in a deep planting bed, also good. But I still don't see a section detail of the planting bed, which is a requirement of our drawings, and really the project manager should have noticed that it was missing. And it needs to show that the planting bed has curbs, front and back. That's how you ensure the integrity of the soil and so on. You create a real planting bed with curbs. So we need a detail on that. Photos, which is why one reason to have pause, shows bits of shrubs placed in what is just cutaway asphalt with soil without curbs. So what ends up happening when there's no curbs is the soil just washes away every single time there's a rain. and pretty soon the plants have nothing to grow in, and of course they die. There's a photo of the side yard cleared of storage and ready for parking, which was obviously taken when there were still leaves on the deciduous trees. But we've been struggling with how to control the open storage and truck use of the side yard adjacent to the residential use. And I will defer to Commissioner Otley Brown, who actually did a site visit just the other day and observed open storage in that area anyway, even though open storage is forbidden under the terms of our variance and actually under the terms of most district regulations prohibit open storage. So it seems that really, if that's how the side yard is being used, it's claimed to be used for parking, but it's not being used as parking. It seems that the only real solution to continue to use that area for open storage as opposed to parking would be to build an enclosure for the materials, so they're not stored in the open. I don't know what the solution is otherwise. Many of the photos that were provided to us had been submitted previously and revealed conditions we had asked to be corrected, such as the collapsing fencing and shallow planting bed without curbs. And so I'm not really sure what they're supposed to be demonstrating to us, because those are August submissions and so on. The cover letter states that the fences are repaired and opaquing is new, but I actually didn't find that in those photos. All photos that are submitted to us should be recent photos, not referring to photos 6 months ago, because conditions change. The cover letter describes the paint job, for example, on the facade of the building as, quote, uniform. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, but the blocked up windows are painted a different color from the adjacent brick. Is that what's supposed to be uniform? I'm just not really understanding what we were being asked to look at. And I'd like to know who owns the heavily wooded area at the rear. According to the site plan, the subject applicant does. That area is shown in the photos with collapsed fencing and neglected trees and branches. And so it has to be cleaned up. I think, you know, by showing photos of what's going on at the neighboring building and maybe implying that the neighbors don't take care of their property, so why should we take care of ours? Actually, the way it works is if you take care of yours, it encourages the neighbors to take care of theirs. But if the neighbor is surrounded by junk, the neighbors, the residents in the building and so on won't be as careful, because sort of what's the point? So that wooded area has to be cleaned up, maintained properly. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Oops, sorry. I really did not have any additional comments apart from what you said, the little bit more detail on the section of the landscaping and providing a curb along the landscape area. I couldn't quite follow the photo, especially with the rear area and what was being told to us. So other than that, I was satisfied with the improvements that's been made, but would appreciate a little bit more clarification on that rear yard, that side yard, and the greenery and what the story behind it. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, hello. I did a site visit on December 9th, 2020, and I had pictures that I took, which I have sent to Council Steinhaus, who hopefully will be able to share them during the hearing, so other commissioners should be able to see it. But what I observed was a completely cluttered side yard and open front gate for all to see. And so it is clear that the operation of this business requires outdoor storage and maneuvering. And so I really do not have confidence at this point that this applicant would be able to comply with any restrictions that we put in place in our resolution to control the operation outdoors. And so therefore, I think that they should consider building some sort of enclosure to the lot line, and then they could contain all of their operations indoors. Because yes, Dunkirk, a large portion of Dunkirk is industrial, but this portion of Dunkirk has residential right across the street as well as neighboring residential. And so they really have to be more mindful of that. Now, I also looked at their actual trees that were planted in ground in the side lot line, and they don't look like they are higher than 18 inches tall at this point. And I really don't believe that they're going to survive the winter or ever get to their target height. And so those are my questions, my comments rather.
Thank you. We had also said that the drawings show a completely different arrangement of trees, big trees that are going to be tall with smaller bushes. So, right, I agree. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add. The only thing that I haven't seen a key plan with the photos submitted. I'm not sure why. And the other thing is regarding the lighting. I presume that no lighting is needed in the area between the building and the adjacent residential. Probably that's why they haven't submitted a lighting diagram. If this is the case, they need to like put a note on there reflecting that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments, Chair, on this. I have not had the opportunity of reviewing Commissioner Holly Brown's photographs. According to her testimony, I do think that they have been before us now, and so they should have. If they're acting like this now, how are they going to act when they're not before the BSA? That being said, I don't know if building to the lot line would be the best solution as opposed to landscaping. But I do understand Commissioner Holly Brown's position that short of something structural, she has little faith in this applicant.
They'll just throw the stuff on top of the planting beds.
Right. I don't know. My concern is what would building to the lot line make this like very tremendous structure be something that's more of an eyesore? But
right. Yeah. Or, what ends up happening is they want to reduce the amount of parking spaces anyway, right? So, and the way it's drawn is as if it's going to be used as parking, but now it doesn't seem like it's possible to use it as parking because it's just stuff. And it doesn't sound like it ever was parking other than maybe a couple of cars that could squeeze in between the stuff. So, all right, well, we'll talk about it. Thank you.
I have a question. And that is, if an open area, if a covered area were to be provided, I'm assuming it definitely will not be along the front of the side lot line. It would be more towards the rear, where the building kind of is it along the embankment of the railroad, or is it along the rear lot lines of the other properties?
So there was this lean-to structure that they took
Right.
down, legal, that was up against the railroad, but it
Right.
didn't, whatever that structure was used for, it didn't seem to obviate the need for this staging area, which kind of makes sense in terms of how trucks work, right? They deliver stuff to flats and then those are put onto trucks. So probably what's really going on is they're staging to the flats or something, and it wouldn't be practical, is what I'm guessing, to have all the storage in the rear. Otherwise, they would have kept it in the rear. We got a photograph of the rear being all clean. I don't know if Commissioner Holly Brown, you actually entered the site and went to the rear?
No, I did not go to the rear. I stood in the entryway to look down the driveway, and the photos showed the driveway straight back to the rear lot line.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, it's just unclear what to do about this, yeah. Okay. Thank you all. Next one.
Item number 17, 2409BZ, 7810 164th Road, Queens.
Okay, this one, they requested an adjournment, which we denied because the history of this site is that they came to us, the last hearing was a little over a year ago. That was the last time we actually had a substantive hearing. That was the initial hearing. The June 29th date was actually the result of us again refusing a request for adjournment because they had adjourned 2 other times. Well, it's really 1 other time because this was when we had some duplicate hearings. So it was the March 17th one was adjourned and they didn't come for the April 1st replacement hearing that we held. And the reason that we denied the June one was because the site was a mess. And so we said, no, you can't, you have to come and you have to discuss it. And at that, in the adjournment letter of the June adjournment request letter, they asked to come back in a year. So and so we said, no, and you have to come back in 6 months and show progress on cleaning up the site. And then they submit an adjournment request now to effectively make it a year before they come back. So what everybody will remember is the site was housing trailers with some scary stuff installed, stored inside, where even the doors of the trailers were open, and the site was just really a wreck. And it's in a residential neighborhood, and we said you need to clean it up. So they obviously didn't do that. We asked for photos by the applicant to show us what the conditions of the site were, and didn't get them until sometime late yesterday. So in the interim, Commissioner Shibeta actually went on a site visit. So the photos are actually loaded to a folder called compliance photos. And I believe a set of those was sent to the applicant.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So he did, and I'll let him describe more specifically, but sort of his photos show the side yard with open hazardous materials. The scariest one being, now we know quite a lot about sharps boxes because of our medical waste transfer station appeal. So there was one site where the structure in which the sharps were stored was just like open and kind of the stuff like just accessible to anybody who wants to go inside. Also, oxygen tanks are stored there. Not sure whether they're properly stored. There are open dumpsters immediately adjacent to a residential home's front door. I think the whole situation is really shameful. Fire department had problems with those container trucks in June, talking about them needing to have sprinklers, and they tried to gain access to them at that time without success, and I don't know whether they've gained access since then. There's a letter provided by the applicant in response to our denying their adjournment request, and it was just submitted yesterday, I think, or a couple days ago, that goes through certain fire department violations and their dispositions since December of 2019 till about April. I don't know if additional fire department violations have been issued. I didn't find any DOB violations. The cover letter that was just submitted with that states that the sprinklers, which were representative of having been approved by DOB, which therefore, I remind all counsel that you're fact witnesses. If you don't know the facts, don't make the statement. So it turns out, of course, they were not filed. there's some type of antifreeze system. I'm rather skeptical of representation by council on what those things are. The answer we are being given is that the applicant doesn't know how to solve the illegal use of storage containers parked in a residential district to store, I'm not sure what, actually. I think we've been told it was storing clothing, kind of used clothing, and it's just not clear what's inside those things. And I have to ask, why in the world are they storing the sharps on site? We learned in that special interpretive appeal that the sharps are picked up regularly by medical waste transfer station carriers, and they should be picked up regularly. I think it's the same day. Like, why would you have these huge boxes of sharps that are stored on site? And if the facility, the cover letter says that the facility expends all of its resource on, quote, safety of its residences. Well, if it's doing that, it's spending none of them on the safety of the community, to the community's extreme detriment. So I would like our staff, please, to reach out to the Department of Health, DEP, and the Department of Sanitation as well, and Fire Department is of course listening to this. It can't go on like this. The site is a blight, and these sites that are being used like this were supposed to be developed for the enlargement of this nursing home, and instead they're being used to store terrible things. So this is an application to extend the time to complete construction on a 2011 variance. No work on that has begun in any way. At the initial hearing exactly 1 year ago, or approximately, this board had not been persuaded that the right to the variance had not been abandoned under the Putnam test, since no work has been done at all, no efforts made. Not one of our questions from November 2019 have been answered, and there were 2 actual adjournments and 2 subsequent requests to adjourn that were denied. So I actually think either we send out a dismissal warning letter to dismiss for failure to prosecute, or we just deny this this variance extension outright. Further to that, we're being told the facility needs to improve the occupancy rates to obtain a certificate of need from the state, and now blames COVID for low occupancy, and they need a year to begin to bring up rates. But in November 2019, they didn't have the excuse of COVID. It can't be the excuse for everything. And 8.5 years had gone by since the variance was granted. I don't have any faith in the ability of this applicant to move forward, and also faith on the ability of this applicant to comply with the law and keep those areas clear of medical waste storage. So my preference is to close this and vote it out. So that's my feeling about it. I just don't see any way around it. They keep trying to kick it down the road. And if anything, the conditions are getting worse. If they're spending no money on the inside of the building, then they're also not going to get a certificate of need because they haven't demonstrated that they're let's say a viable entity to get a certificate of need for further expansion. Anyway, so Vice Chair Shanda.
It's true, this particular project definitely has outlived its building in terms of the operation. Oops, sorry.
Call from 317.
Sorry. I don't know how to turn it off. Just take another commissioner, I'll come back.
I'll go to Commissioner Otley Brown, and when it stops ringing, I'll come back. Okay, go ahead.
I agree with the chair on this, that the applicant is not doing their best to advance this project forward. And I'm supportive of whatever decision the chair makes in terms of bringing this to a vote.
So Vice Chair Shanda, when your phone stops ringing, just turn back your Zoom video and I'll call on you. So Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add. I believe the conditions at the site speak for themselves. The applicant got a very good chance to like move this forward and fix what they didn't. I believe they are playing the game of buying some more time, which I don't like that. It shouldn't be done that way, especially when it comes to public safety. The conditions at the site need to be changed immediately, or this use need to be stopped immediately. So I'm supportive of whatever action is going to lead to changing the conditions at the site for more safe conditions, to more safe conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Vice Chair Shanda is back on the screen. Do you want to?
Sure. What I was saying is that this building has definitely outlived the current medical standards and practices, and it is unfortunate that it is using the development sites for storing of much of its medical waste and other things. And I wish they can find a resolution very quickly, because it's not a desirable situation existing under the current condition for the residents of the nursing home, for the nursing home operator, and nor for the residents of the neighborhood. So I'm not sure what is the best solution, and I hope they can find a resolution to it. It doesn't answer the question of whether we should grant it earlier, should we grant it or defer it or deny it. I'm sympathetic to the fact that there is a need for nursing home and we should allow it, but I agree that the applicant has not given us the confidence that they would be able to carry this forward in a way, in a timely manner to deliver it.
Thank you. And Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. As stated, I did do a site visit on December 11th. The photographs I've submitted, I'm sure you'll find, are a bit different than the ones that were submitted on taken also on December 11th, but submitted by the applicant. It was the first thing I did see was that open trash container right next to the front door of the adjacent neighbor, and that, I don't want to say it seemed purposeful, but just to close the lid, like I wouldn't understand. I couldn't understand why they left that lid open. It almost seemed purposeful. Like, it shouldn't be there to begin with, but it's adding insult to injury. Going in, there was an unlocked hazardous waste, infectious disease storage, and that when opened, you could see that it had needles and stuff. And it's not like I had to do anything to get there. I just walked onto the property just like anyone else could have, any child could have. So that's a pretty dangerous condition. The chair mentioned that there were several tanks that were not that may have had some conditions, but the fire code would be interested in. I think they do, because I believe that they need to be secured in a way that no one who's unauthorized can gain access to. I think that's I think that's what Chapter 30 of the Fire Code states, along with something with regard to the appropriate headers on each tank. If one header is contained, they have to have a cap on it, and that wasn't the case on some of those oxygen tanks. Although for the most of them were secured to themselves as is appropriate. The actual gate to get into the room was not secured. And also, I'll wait for Deputy Chief Daly to speak more about that. The conditions were really were awful. It was and it seemed like more of the soiled stuff was pushed against the adjacent neighbors as opposed to the clean stuff being kept by them. That I feel the same stress that Vice Chair Chanda feels, in that, yeah, I don't know what it looks like to deny this application. I don't know what it looks like to all the families that have people in that home. I don't know what that means. I don't know if these people are going to be able to visit their family members anymore, where these people who are in nursing homes are going to go. I don't know. I also don't know if what that means in this particular climate of COVID. I don't know what the answer to that is. That being said, this can't continue. So we're pretty much in a rock and a hard place, but we have to do something. Has to be done. And I'll listen to my colleagues and to the applicant and see what we can do. But something's got to get done today.
Right. Thank you. I really appreciate your site visit. The reality, I think, is that whether or not we maintain this application open, we'd still be relying on the other agencies that have enforcement authority and cleanup authority and all of that to do their work. So, and there's nothing really we can do except take pictures of the disaster. So, you know, the only thing I can think of is that we just kind of note to selfing that we send out regular requests that the site be inspected by fire department, Department of Health, sanitation, and so on. What we learned on another application that was not maintaining its property was that the Department of Sanitation went in and cleaned up the wreck of that property, right? So it seems like that's something that could happen here. To my knowledge, DOS has not been involved in this site, only DOH and fire department. And so now I think we need to get that rolling. Yeah. And I'm not sure if there's who the administrative body is for nursing homes, but perhaps that's another one that needs to be contacted if anyone can think of who that might be. That's probably DOH or Health and Hospitals, HHA, something like that. That's a state probably. Hi, Ted, go ahead.
Hello, board. So based on my research, it does seem like you said the Department of Health is responsible for at least taking complaints regarding nursing home care. So I believe that would be the agency to contact. I'm still doing some research now.
Okay, so I just have to say, it's like, I think we're all at wit's end. Who just let everyone know that you can think of, and eventually it'll go to the right person. They certainly are not allowed to be doing what they're doing, and representation by applicants' counsel that container has been there forever is not an excuse. It just shows that the community has had to put up with this terrible treatment unwatched for all of this time, and it's not okay. So, okay, thank you so much, everyone. Next one.
Item number 18, 76456BZ 200-05 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
We last heard this in July, which was our initial hearing after 2 postponements. Photos were provided to show the block walls stuccoed and painted and looking much better, and the trailer removed from the site. So thank you very much for doing that. That's responsive to board direction. It's fantastic. I do appreciate the cooperation of the property owner and representative in responding to our comments and directions. A submission from the Auburndale Improvement Association, which we just received, I think this morning.
I emailed it this morning. It was received last night.
Okay. That submission lauds the owner for upgrading the site and asks that there is one broken sidewalk flag, please, that needs to be replaced. So just to put that on their list of maintenance. I assume the sidewalk flag is on their, opposite their property line as opposed to right past it. A dumpster enclosure is shown on the plans as being attached to the building extension. I'd like to see it instead have steel doors instead of wire mesh with infill strips. That's kind of what I'm recommending as the new standard. Those wire mesh gates on dumpsters look terrible, and they don't keep out anything, and it also makes the trash very visible to the public as those little slats decay, which always happens. It's really a terrible design idea, those wire mesh. The lumen spread diagram shows lumen levels far above zero at the property line, which is an office building. Far above, it's not like it's 10, but it is above. I think it might be 2. It's an office building. I'm just asking other commissioners whether they think that's an issue or not. It's, at least it's not residential. There was a note on the drawings because I had asked that the drawings show what the finished material is of the new addition extension, and it's described as Gulf Gray 4216-00200/V/L pastel coat as per franchise standard. Whenever I see things like that, I Google them, and usually I get the site of the manufacturer. In this case, I Googled it, and it was one of the rare times where Google had nothing to offer me. So please, what is that? We had some other questions that weren't addressed, though. One was that the area behind the enlargement needs to be landscaped so that it's not used for storage and no lighting installed on it. So those areas end up becoming really the source of light, and that should not be allowed there. They need to provide photos of the rear wall of the existing building, which we haven't received. The statement of facts was missing setback information. This was a comment from Chase Vine. It says the statement of facts of February 26 states on page 2, enlargement of the building has blanks for delineating the setbacks. So that needs to be corrected and resubmitted. I don't know if you had anything to add on that, Chase. I picked that up from your comments.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. So then I would like to go to Vice Chair Shonda.
I only, the lumen plan that I looked at, I had more of a question with regards to the lumen spread diagram with regards to the residential property that is along, I forget the street, but so the lumen spread diagram shows 2.2 by the commercial building. I am okay with that because I think we had also in another project, we had allowed the lumen spread to be higher than 0. The 2 is a little high. I think we were okay with 1. But in this case, my concern is more with the residential lot line that it would be next to the extension where the lumen spread is not 0, it's 0.1 and 0.4, and that needs to be 0. Absolutely.
Wait a second. I thought that commercial building goes all the way through. It's a through lot, and it's an office building that goes from one to the other.
Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Let me just go back to the, give me just 1 second. You're right. You're right. It is a through building. It is a through building. I'm visualizing the residential building next to it. I somehow the other is, yes, it's a through building. So, okay. So then the concern would be along the front, along the Hollis Court where it's 2.0, but that's a very wide street and there are a lot of street lights there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it in that case.
Okay. Okay, good. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I'm okay with the lumen readings being above 0 because it's commercial, and at night, you're not expecting any occupancy in an office building. So I don't think it's going to be too intrusive. I had requested signage analysis by frontage, and I can't find it, so I assume I didn't receive it yet. So if it's going to stay open, it would be great if they would just submit it.
Okay. We'll check, let's see. Tony, did you see signage?
No, I think they had asked for that too.
No, I did not.
All right, okay, thanks. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the signage, I haven't seen it. I had it in my comments. I did look for it, but I couldn't find it. Luminous spread, it's the values are like more than like way before above 1. I can see even 4.8 and 6.8. But because this is a commercial site, it's an office site, and this is kind of the yard in the front, I don't believe these lumens gonna hurt. Probably they're gonna be beneficial. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shivetta?
Thank you, Chair. The lumen spread is not ideal, but again, I think as my colleagues stated, it's not that big of a concern because of it being on a commercial, and that the occupancy of the commercial would more than likely not be or minimally there during the time that they would be affected by it.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to say in our, this is just a review session, but in our resolution, I just want council and project manager to make a note that in case, that the resolution be clear that the lumen spread is higher at the border, but being considered acceptable because it's adjacent to an office building.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thanks. Okay. All right.
Next item is item 19, 12597BZ, 6101 Alderton Street, Queens.
Scrolling just a second. I just want to say there's an error in the disposition listings on this case. It was only heard once. Commissioners probably realize this. It was only heard once on October 19th, 2020, which was its initial hearing. Those other dates don't belong there. This is just to point out to our project managers, this is why I ask you to take a look at the calendar before it gets published to make sure that the description of the project and the dispositions are correct before it goes out. I check, but I miss things also. Okay. I must say that I must say really that I am extremely impressed by the meticulous responsiveness to every comment we made at the initial hearing and the carefully worded response letter. It really is a pleasure to read such letters and then find the supporting materials attached. I really wish every application were as careful, an applicant were as careful as this one. So I want to thank the applicant and their consultants for being so really careful. The refuse enclosure is an improvement over the typical, but I do have to say, I hope the doors fit and sit better than they do in the photo that was provided from a different site. There shouldn't be a big gap between the fence post and the wall and between the doors. It instead should look like the drawing. So where they're tight together, the whole idea is to conceal the trash, not to give big openings where we can see what's inside. There were very clear light meter readings with subjects like site lights off and on that show that shows the light source at the subject site versus spill light. I just need to verify because there was something a little that I didn't quite understand about the conclusion. I just need to verify if the deduction analysis means shielding is required for the residential property site, which was location 3 in the study. It indicates lights with all the lights off at the site at elevation 0, the spread is 0.03. So that means lights coming from someplace else. at elevation 3.05. And at the fence top, for some reason, there's no measurement, and I didn't really understand that. You're not supposed to do the measurement at the bottom of the fence, it's supposed to be at the top of the fence. The meter's supposed to sit on top of the fence, right? So I didn't understand why that was NA. With the lights on at the subject site, the lighting, the lumen spread level goes up at the 0 elevation by 0.01. So that sounds like you've got spread from this source. And at the 3-foot mark, it goes up to 0.22, which is a lot because it was only 0.05 with the subject site's lights off. So according to that, it sounds like there was spread at the property line in excess of 0, whereas the meter readings do this sort of deduction credit, and they come to the conclusion that there is no spread from the subject site as a source. So though the meter readings were great because you could see exactly what they were, where they were, the conclusion seems to me to be the opposite, unless I'm misunderstanding how to read this, which wouldn't be the first time. I am okay with the proposed landscaping plan. It's sort of tricky, that thing there near the railroad tracks, and how to deal with that. And I'm just wondering about whether the work is doable in the next couple of months, understanding that landscaping isn't done until March, April. That would be easier than a conditional grant, but I'd also be open to a conditional grant. Anyway, it'd be nice to see it all spruced up and like ready to go. So Vice Chair Shonda.
I actually was not able to read the lighting plan when I was reviewing it, so I really have no comments on it. I will rely on what my other colleagues, and I'm sure Commissioner Sheta will also opine on it. But with my comments were with regards to the signage at the initial hearing, and those have been responded to, and I'm satisfied with it. And I'm also satisfied with the analysis and the response that's been provided with regards to the parapet wall height, and with regards to the streetscape and being in context with the surrounding. I'm okay with that.
Thank you. That was really very well done, actually. I thought those analyses.
Yes.
When it's so well done, then you don't really have comments, and that's a good sign. Okay.
Madam Chair, just one quick question. There was emails back and forth about continuous use. Are you satisfied about that?
This is a Commissioner Otley Brown question. So,
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry.
So Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, hi. They submitted insurance statements, rent invoices, and pay stubs from July 2018 to January 2020, and I found them sufficient. I'm okay with it. I found the rest of the submission to be complete, and I am ready to vote.
Great. Great. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the lighting, I believe there are some like shedding from the side to the adjacent residential, but I believe it's a slight shedding. It's on the order of probably 0.1 to 0.2. And I'm not sure even if it's gonna hit the window, because that if you look at the side next door, it's kind of a plain side with a window or so. So I'm not sure. I don't think this is kind of a big deal for the lighting. I'm okay with it the way it's submitted, and I appreciate the amount of effort they put to like do this right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the study.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I am okay with the lighting. I appreciate the landscaping analysis and the adding of the other trees. I'm okay. They submitted sufficient evidence for continuous use. I think it was a very well thought out and complete application, and I'm prepared to vote on it.
Okay, great. All right. Go ahead, Tony.
One. New cases, item number 2677-53BZ, 6128 Fresh Meadow Lane, Queens.
Okay, this is an extension of time, so there are no notice requirements for that. We do have fire department letter of no objection. The required waivers of our rules were requested to extend time to obtain a CO and filed more than 30 days after the October 30/19 expiration of time. The 2018 extension of term resolution reflects the board's concerns about tow truck operations and the use of street parking for the trucks. The applicant needs to describe the conditions now, how many trucks are in operation, tow trucks, where are they stored? I'd also like to know if the applicant returned to the community board as represented that it would do by the applicant in the resolution of October 20th, 2018, which was every 2 years. So it should have been appearing in some form this past October. It was also one of our conditions of approval. I'd like to know what the current hours of operation are, which is also stated in our resolution. And in general, is the site in compliance with the terms of the 2018 grant? The certificate of compliance and statement of facts do not go through the conditions, and they should have done that. That should be a standard thing that every applicant includes when they're coming for extensions of term and extensions of time. They have to go through the conditions and the sort of assumptions that the board made and make sure they're discussed. That's also, let's say, advice and direction to our project managers that needs to be done. So those are should be part of your notice of comments. My note from the hearings in 2018 indicate that we wanted the resolution to clarify the relationship between this site and the adjacent one that is held in common ownership and has a certificate of occupancy for automotive repair. It actually, the resolution of 2018 didn't do that. And this is quite a confusing site. So unless there's a problem doing that, I'd like this new resolution, when we vote on this, to clarify that, since the drawings that are submitted and were submitted show that adjacent site, and the use on this site, on the subject site, spreads from this site to that one. So there needs to be, why is that site shown on the drawing? It's not the subject of this variance. And we need some background there to make that clear on the resolution, especially going forward. Okay, so I think yeah, okay. Okay, so Vice Chair Shanda.
I agree with you, Madam Chair. As I was reviewing it, I felt the applicant did not go through the compliance analysis thoroughly. We did have a lot of conditions, and we had a lot of concerns based on what we had heard from the public testimony and from the community board. And in its next submission, applicants should go through it and provide how those are being met, provide the operational plan and how those are being met, and also provide photos. For example, we had asked that the applicant provide a sign that says no parking on the sidewalk, that there be no outdoor lifts on the site, and the site should be graffiti free. And November, I'd gone on a site visit, and I did not see any graffiti. I did not see any lift, but the door was closed. The gate was closed, so I couldn't look inside. But the applicant should provide all the visual documentation and also a narrative to support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with both of you concerning the conditions of the resolution. Specifically, I want to draw attention to the condition that they be in compliance not to use more than 2 quarts of paint per day, because, that definitely affects the neighborhood by the amount of chemical that is filtering out of their filtering system, which is located on the roof, and that might affect the surrounding neighbors. And also surrounding area photos did show, that were submitted, showed cars on the sidewalk in front of the site and across the street. And I need to know if they're somehow associated with this business, because we did prohibit this. And when I did take a site visit, I did not see cars on the sidewalk. However, I did see their tow truck with a flat tire directly in front of the site on the street, and that also was not allowed. We wanted them to totally contain their business within their tax lots.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. That's okay, either. Regarding the compliance with the previous grant, I believe they need to submit a compliance chart and discuss the conditions of the previous grant and how they comply with them in the statement of facts. I see that they have spray painting and welding and body work. That means chemicals, like Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned, chemicals like filtering out of their like irrigation system. And in addition to that, noise as well. Body work is a very well-known process that's accompanied with noise. So they need to describe to us how they are mitigating the impacts on the neighbors in the back. My understanding is that the body work portion is performed in the back of the property. And this is like immediately adjacent to a residential property. So we wanna see that. I haven't seen proposed plans. My understanding is that there's no change to the previously approved. If they can like reproduce and sign and seal as existing, or if they can just rename the submitted set as previously approved / proposed, so we understand that there is no changes proposed to the property. I'm not sure if we need FDNY on this. Do we need them to take a look at the site and give us feedback? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata?
So I'm not going to be repetitive, but I would like to ask the other board members whether or not they would think that notice to neighbors could be appropriate to find out what's really going on. If there is not just smell, or if there are cars parked on the sidewalk, generally, if that tow truck doesn't move, I think that might be appropriate in this case.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Because there were so many complaints from neighbors, community board before. It's a good idea, yes. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
New case, item number 21, 85-10BZ, 309-311 East Fordham Road, the Bronx.
Okay, so I actually looked everywhere and didn't find proof of service in the folder. Although the cover letter on July 23rd, response to notice of comment, states that it is attached and there's a community board recommendation. So please, I think this is Vinroy's case, please pull the proof of service and send it to me, and put it someplace more obvious in the SharePoint folder. All the proofs are supposed to be in that one folder that says proof of service. Sometimes it's titled proof of service, but when you open it, you find out it's something else. So you have to open it. We do have proof of notice of hearing to officials. And as I said, community board recommends approval. We have fire department letter of no objection. Submission dates indicate so this was a question raised by our assistant counsel, if that's the right title for submission dates indicate the application was filed February 4th, 2020. If you look at the proof of filing dated July 23rd, 20, it actually is not a proof of filing. It contains forms with received February 4th, 2020 stamps on it. So that's how we know it was filed then only 3 days after the expiration of the permit. So no, I don't believe any waiver is required under our rules. They propose to increase the hours to 24/7 and update the floor area to reflect more accurate floor area calculations. There are some open violations. I'd like to know what the status of those are. And those are my comments. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shondell?
There were open violations, and I think the applicant said these are not related to the PCE, so if the applicant could clarify. Other than that, I really did not have any concern with this application.
All right, Commissioner Otley Brown?
No additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shea?
Nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session. We'll now commence with the public hearing.
Give us 10
Okay.
minutes. 12:07. We're going to have to do some very fast hearings now, but 10 minutes. So at 12:20 we return. Okay,
Okay,
17 is a little hard to. And Commissioner Schitt, if you have to leave, understood.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have everyone. Commissioner Sheta had to go.
I'm still here. I'll go in a
Are you still
little
there?
bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'll go in a little bit.
Okay, let us know, because right now you're a skyline. So let us. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, now we're commencing with the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 4th. Oh,
Sorry, do it one more. The recording was paused when you started. Do it again.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 14th, 2020. It's a continuation of the 10 a.m. session. The Zoom webinar ID is 967-1904-4952, 646-558-8656 is the number. Special order calendar, item number 18, continued hearing, 20768BZ, 11558 Dunkirk Street, Queens.
Really? 18?
This is
Dunkirk is-
item 16.
Oh, 16? 16, I'm sorry. I need new glasses, sorry.
Everybody does.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Mhm. So,
This will be Sandy, I've mastered.
right, I don't see her there. There's someone named Stephen Green also, must be maybe the owner. Can someone text Sandy and let her know? Kurt, is Stephen Green registered for this case?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are
Can you
you registered for Dunkirk Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you expecting Miss Anagnostou?
Yes. She was there. I just spoke to her about 5 minutes ago.
So she may. It's Zoom, sometimes you fall off. So let's give her a couple of minutes to find her way.
Yeah,
Maybe-
I spoke to her a few minutes ago.
Text her again.
I just did.
Okay, let her, yeah, just to, maybe she doesn't know we don't see her.
I think the break threw it off because Mr. Duarte had emailed me, said, what happened? I said, we took a break.
Oh, well but she's very familiar with these hearing types. I don't think she would have.
No, I know.
Oh, there she is. Okay. All right, she's admitted. When you can hear us, Miss Anagnostou, please state your name.
Hello, Sandy Anagnostou, representing the applicant.
Hi.
Okay, both of you and Mr. Green, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to
I
respond
do.
honestly to board member questions, please let me finish. Respond to board member questions.
Yes, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Adinolfi.
So we both heard the comments earlier in the review session. We will revise the drawings to show a section detail through the planting bed, which will show the actual curbs to ensure that the landscaping area will be maintained, and take additional photographs, current photographs, once that's done, the installation of that. We did show the facade of the building that was painted recently, and those areas where the windows are blocked off by bricked in, it was, Mr. Green tried to match that glazed blue brick. He actually tried to find brick, but he wasn't able to find that exact material. So besides it being very costly, what he did was he tried to match the color as closest as possible and painted it. So now the color scheme is 2 colors, as you can see in the photographs. It's a lot more uniform look than what it was before. So he really made an effort to paint and clean up the entire building.
So maybe it's the photograph, or maybe I'm not looking at the right photo. They're basically sort of 2 building facades. One is, I'm just doing this now from memory, one is blue and the other one is gray, something like that.
Right.
And-
That's,
right? And so the one that's blue in the photograph shows the blocked up windows with like a bright blue versus the wall that is a more subdued blue. It could be just the photos. I thought maybe it was even a design concept, but when the cover letter said it was uniform, and then I got confused because.
Well, the blocked up windows were originally a red brick on a blue, right? So we try, and the brick is a glazed brick. So we went, and I spent quite a bit of time with the painter going back to the store, the paint store, to try. They have now, you put it in the computer and it can match the colors. And we spent, maybe he went back 3 times trying to match those windows with the brick. And we did it 3 times, he painted it 3 times, and that was pretty close. Maybe it was the way the photo, the light or something like that, but it looks pretty, if you're there, you could see, you had somebody who was there who looked at it. It looks pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's the photos then. All right, just I didn't understand. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Also, a comment was made about adding a note to the plan that there's no lighting in the side yard. So we'll do that. We'll revise the plan to include that note. And in our next submission, we'll provide a key plan for all the photographs that we'll be submitting so that it's easier for the board to follow what's going on. In terms of the fencing, an entirely new gate and fence was put in with white opaque, 100% opaque slats. That entire gate was replaced. And along the side lot line, there is a chain link fence and then a wood picket fence that's painted white on one side and then wood on just natural wood on the side of the subject property, which goes all along the entire length of the adjacent residential property. We submitted those photos. The chain link fence there is not really in disrepair. It's in good condition from what I could see. It's only further in the back of the property, the subject property, where that heavily wooded area, there is an area where the chain link fence has collapsed, and that's a very heavy wooded area. Also, the garage that we had indicated in earlier site plans and maybe was on the survey is no longer there. So that was the purpose of providing the photos on the adjacent property. It wasn't to make our neighbors look bad. We just wanted to show the garage is not there. There's actually that heavily wooded area, which Mr. Green actually owns. And he heard the comments about maintaining it. He'll have to fix that fence and clean it up. But in terms of the trees, I don't believe they should be cut down. I don't know what the board was thinking.
No. That's not what I was thinking. The photographs, and it's true, it's kind of hard to tell where you are on those photographs. The photographs of what is described as the wooded area shows a collapsed chain link fence and like branches sort of all over the place. It looks neglected, right? So it's not to cut down the trees. You want the trees, you need to maintain it to look like something that's actually owned by somebody, not just ignored, right? So there's a way to maintain wooded area that looks appropriate. in terms of, I just want to say the chain link fence that's on the side lot line. Some photographs, because those are photographs taken in August where there was all of that vegetation. Some photographs show there's places where the chain link is just sort of broken, right? As opposed to, and is this Mr. Green who's showing it?
No.
No, these are the photos from Commissioner Ollie Brown. I can stop sharing if you would like.
No, it's good. But it's also, so if you, I don't know if you can see it, but if you look in the distance, it looks like some places the fence is not vertical. Yeah, exactly. Where it's kind of collapsed. And then of course, there's a whole other subject about what's being stored back there. So that's the part that I didn't understand. And in terms of the wooden picket fence, that's on the neighbor's side, right?
Yes.
So I grant that that's opaquing it because the neighbors have done the work, but this side of the fence needs to be in good shape. And if you were to go systematically down the sections, I don't think you'll find it in good shape. So,
Okay, so what I suggest is we'll walk the entire perimeter of that fence. Mr. Green will repair any areas where the chain link fence is in disrepair and just fix it all the way down the entire length of that side yard property line.
good.
But as far as putting slats in, I don't think those are really necessary.
No, it doesn't sound like it because you're relying on the thicket. But
Right.
And the landscaping and all the existing trees around there.
Right.
And so a comment was also made about the size of the trees. So we submitted a letter from the landscaper and we can provide another, but and Mr. Green can elaborate, but I believe the trees were planted, but when fully grown, these trees can grow up to 30 feet. So, I mean, this is the size they are now, but they will grow.
Not trees for one, because they're planted in too shallow of a front to back of a planting bed. It was supposed to be 5 foot 8 inches deep, and what we're seeing isn't. Plus, this isn't the planting bed ultimately, right? It needs to have a curb enclosure and be done properly. I don't think that that layout does not look like the one that you show on your landscape drawing. I think these are the little ones, the medium little ones, and then it's missing the tall ones. I think that we added the tall ones in our conversation. So not sure what these are. There's only 2 different types and your drawing shows 3.
Yeah, well, we left out in the letter from the landscape he showed, there were 3 different types, and you're right. The one type was, he suggested we leave the space and plant it in the springtime so it would survive more. But these trees, believe it or not, are small now, but they are the trees, and I forgot the name of it, but it's in the letter, the type of trees that will grow very high. And we planted them low because, they're green giants, I think they were called. Green giants is the name of the plant. And if you look it up, and in his letter, he says they will grow very, very high. But it's small. As far as the curbs, yeah, we'll put in, I didn't realize we had to put in curbs for that, but we'll do that, of course.
So for Miss Anagnostou, because you do many applications before us, no planting ever goes in a planting bed where the planting bed isn't designed with curbs. That's what holds the soil in place. Otherwise, the rain washes it away in no time. And yeah, and so then these won't survive.
Okay, so we'll revise our site plan, provide a section through the landscaping planting beds as well, and then Mr. Green will install them. And we'll clarify the number of trees and update that landscaping letter. But he is correct in what he mentioned. There was one particular type of tree where the landscaper said it's not appropriate to plant this now because it won't survive, and you should plant it in the
Left room for
spring.
that, by the way.
And he left room for that. So that's going to be added, but that was the reason behind that. Not that he didn't want to do it. He was just advised not to at this time.
Right, understood. It's late to plant now. You're not supposed to plant like after October, actually, so, okay.
And then the other big issue is as the open storage area. So what there was an illegal extension in the back that was covered, which we removed, and that was the length of the entire building in the back, and went out, I believe, 10 feet. We removed that. So what Mr. Green feels is more appropriate, and I agree, is to have a storage area in the back, because there are no residential properties there. It's the embankment of the railroad, and that seems the most appropriate area where he can have storage, but he'd like it to be open storage, because to build a structure back there will only be putting back what was there, which we removed. At most, he might, if the board feels it should be covered, put a canopy over it. But to build a structure there, apart from being extremely costly, I mean, he had one, and we removed it. But that seems like the most appropriate area. Plus, this tenant now, I understand this is an issue, and he's been warned many times by Mr. Green not to use that side area, but sometimes they feel they need to. But that area is used for employee parking. And in the future, if this tenant moves out, which he might, another tenant will move in, and they'll need parking. And we're already reducing the parking because of the landscaping that we're installing. We've lost a few spaces. So to not have any parking at all and enclose that side area, it just doesn't seem practical to eliminate all the parking when you already have issue with on-street parking.
So I see Vice Chair Shanda's hand up, but I'd like to know, how do we prevent that side from being used for open storage? Like, what are the solutions by the owner, by the tenant?
Well, that's what we were proposing, to restrict the storage to the rear where the railroad is, and there aren't any houses or anything. That it's sort of isolated. Now, when you sort of have a large area, there's a tendency to use it even a little bit. And in other words, if you sort of spread out, if you can, but if you restrict it to the back and use the front just for parking, I think that might be a solution.
Yeah, so I see Commissioner Otley Brown's hands up.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just want to say that at the beginning of this case, it was observed that even with the lean-to in the back that was being used for the illegal storage area, your operations were still flooding out into the side yard, and that was noted by other commissioners. So just saying that you're going to now restrict your storage to the rear, I don't have confidence in your ability to ensure that your operator is going to comply, because they have not complied in the past.
Well, they weren't restricted in the past. They weren't.
Well, they were restricted. They weren't supposed to be using that area.
Right, and even with you submitting compliance photos that are 2 weeks old that showed a completely clear side yard, it took them barely 2 weeks while you were in hearing to expand back into the side yard in a very visible way. It wasn't just a few cones here and there. We're talking cones and big stacks of different types of items. And that's while you're in hearing. And I assure you that they were probably told to be on their best behavior during this time in hearing, because everybody knows at any time a commissioner could come by. So what's going to happen after the grant when there is no commissioner coming by to do a site visit?
I could say suggest that open storage be limited to the rear, and then Mr. Green put in the lease that any storage in the side yard would be a reason to terminate the lease, to make them realize that you just can't do this. That's strictly for parking, and put up signs, parking only, no open storage.
Weird. What, Commissioner Otley Brown, what time did you visit this site?
Let's see if there's a time on my photo. 10:16 a.m.
On a Friday or a Saturday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. So where were all the cars? If they need parking for employees, where'd they park? So they're not even trying to use the side yard for park. If there were cars there already, then you wouldn't be putting all that stuff back there because there would be room. It doesn't sound like they even try to use that side yard for parking.
I've seen cars parked there, but Mr. Green could speak to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
Commissioner,
Don't they use that for employee parking?
Well, it's not only employee parking. They have their this tenant has they sell safety equipment, traffic cones, gloves, masks,
Yeah, we
stuff
see.
like that, and they have customers coming there during the day to I guess to pick out their merchandise or do some business. So they have customers not coming in and out of there from time to time, beside the employees. I don't see any, this particular time, I didn't see employees. Even the managers and the owners I know have vehicles. They're not there all the time because they're out selling. But there is traffic coming there. And remember, this tenant only has a year to go on their lease. So
they'll renew if they're doing okay, right? You're not going to kick them out. Why would you?
Well, I don't know if they're going to renew. They have another place in Brooklyn, and I had to give them a substantial reduction on their rent because they were saying they weren't doing business, and I believe them. Almost half the rent. So I mean, they're barely depending now. That things may change when the COVID is over, but when the vaccine. But I don't know if they're going to renew or not. I think they're not going to renew. I think they're going to consolidate.
Okay. Well, one thing I could suggest is putting this on an extremely short leash where it's lease-based, right? But I want to recognize Vice Chair Shanda and then Commissioner Sheta, both of whom have their hands up.
I had similar comments and questions that Commissioner Otley Brown raised, and the applicant seemed to have suggested some solutions. I definitely, I think, first of all, the parking area should be striped. There should be sign that saying employee and customer parking only, no storage along the wall. And the tenant should be notified, and maybe you levy penalty every time they, and as you said, terminate the lease. But you said you only have 1 year to go. So I'm not sure whether it makes sense for you to renew the lease or revise the lease terms with 1 year to go. But going forward, whoever is going to be the new tenant, the terms on the lease should say that no storage of any material along the side yard. It should be limited only to the rear yard. And but as I'm looking at the plan also, I'm not sure how easy is it to take the material to the rear. It's much easier for someone to just take the material from the truck and just place it on that side yard rather than having to go through the building and then to the rear, because there isn't a direct way from that side yard to the rear. So that also may be a disincentive. And right now that's a second business, right? There are two companies that are there, and the one in the rear is the one that has access to that area along the railroad embankment. So I'm not sure which tenant is storing the cone and where their place is located in relation to this entire. Are they occupying the front portion of the building or the rear portion of the building? And if they're occupying the front portion of the building, maybe that's why they don't have access to the rear, and therefore they're using the side yard for storage. So I think those are things practically need to be considered and thought of, and figure out how the situation that we have currently needs to be addressed. I think just throwing the solutions out there to appease us should not be sufficient. You need to think through how your operational plan is and which tenant is going to be affected by it or benefited by it.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah. I want to just add one other thing. It's not necessarily only the cone manufacturer or distributor, because there's other things that are being stored on flats there that don't look related to the safety business. So it could be that both businesses are using it. And as we discussed at the review session, a truck pulls in and drops from the truck dock down with flats and then just leaves it and goes. That's the standard delivery method. It's, FOB right there, and then it just stays there until needed. So a truck can't get to the rear. So this is the other part that's a problem. Commissioner Sheta also had his hand up. Just let's finish with the commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at these compliance pictures, and I'm really like upset, because I believe that during the past 2.5 hearings, we're talking to vacuum here. Nobody's like listening to us. The applicant need to understand that storage in the side yard, in the portion between the building and the residential property, it's not gonna fly. It's not gonna work. You might be successful to submit to us some photos during nice day, nothing there, and you know what? You could get it. At the end of the day, we could grant this, but we gotta make sure, and I'm like alerting the board here, that we gotta make sure that we put something in our resolution, a condition that's crystal clear, that if your intention is to play game here, you could lose your grant. So even at the end of the day, if you submit to us something that's different from what's gonna happen, from the real activity that's gonna be going on site, and you get something granted, it's gonna be conditioned. And the first day that one of the commissioners or our compliance officer or a picture is delivered to us, and we knew that this is out of compliance, you're gonna lose the grant. So please work with us. Thank you.
I understand.
Yeah, I think Mr. Green understands the seriousness of the situation. But I just want to clarify in terms of the tenant space. If you look at the proposed plans, sheet P004, the area in the front, fronting Dunkirk Street, which is highlighted in yellow, is occupied by the second tenant. I refer to him as the second tenant, which is the marble and tile.
Yes.
Like showroom. And the rest of the building is occupied by this safety equipment company. And there is access to the back from the side yard. And we're going to have to go to the field and actually show this, because you can walk. Mr. Green can elaborate whether a truck can go back there or not, but definitely I myself walked back there, and you can get to the back from the exterior of the building. You don't have to go through the building to get to the rear yard.
Right.
So
My question is, when those carts are unloaded from the truck and kept and placed on the side yard, can one of those small trolley carts, whatever they're called.
They
High
have
low.
I never played.
forklift. They have.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Yes,
never played
forklift.
Lego well.
Yeah.
So the forklift, can it maneuver through those edges and take the product back to the rear line? I can understand somebody walking by it. The question is, can a
So
forklift, a
let me
small,
just- Yes, an 18 to 20-foot truck can make that turn. Not a trailer, but an 18 to 20 foot, make that turn around to go to the rear. There's no problem with doing that.
You can actually see it in better in the photographs, view number 7. But we need to take more specifically of that area. You could see in view 7 and view 6.
So I have a question while people are looking for that photo. I'm looking at the site, at the floor plan. And when we talk about the rear, are we talking about the rear where there used to be the lean-to that has against it adjacent railroad 12 feet above grade? There's a note on the drawing. Or are we talking about the rear near the so-called wooded area? Because
Yeah, we're talking about the adjacent railroad 12 feet, that, what's that dimension? 141 foot 3,
right.
that rear
So
area.
that drawing, unless the drawing's not.
Yeah, I see that. There's something off about the drawing. There's definitely, you can walk there. I believe a forklift can easily go there if you look at the photos. Not sure about a truck maneuverability, but we'll have to look at that and revise our plan.
So then please correct the drawings because
It's incorrect.
it's blocked off according to the drawing.
Yeah.
So, okay.
The building may be correct, but the property, we'll have to look at the survey. There's definitely area back there. It doesn't end at that little corner, like the property line is not at that little corner. You have access to that area.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see in photo 5, I guess. View 7.
Yeah,
that
view
there's-
7 is better, but we'll submit better pictures that show.
Yeah, okay. So the short of it is we're not going to work this out here, but you have to come up with a viable plan. And I do have to say that there have been times where we haul the tenant in and we say to the tenant, look, you're in violation and therefore causing the landlord to be in violation. And the only solution is for you to lose your lease because you're in violation. Do you want that? Right? So sometimes we're able to impose on tenants, but the only other thing I can suggest is that we put, as I said earlier, a very short leash on this and see how it goes. But right now, when you reminded that this is a marble and tile place, that makes sense because what's shown stored in Commissioner Otley Brown's photograph are bags of mortar or.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't use it. The front tenant doesn't use it whatsoever because he's not entitled to use it.
So what is that stuff then?
That's not safety stuff. I don't think.
Well, he has. I don't know. I could find out what that is, but believe me, the name of his company is Safety RS, and all he has is basically safety stuff for the construction, mostly for the construction industry. Masks, gloves, uniforms, helmets, traffic cones, all that stuff, which he basically.
Oh, I think those things on those platforms are like those rubber that you put on the sidewalk, like rubber, not ramps, but like coverings, like when you're doing.
Oh, there's one down to the
work
left
on
of
the
the
side.
picture. Is that what you mean? Yeah.
I don't know, whatever.
They're all say that it's all safety equipment stuff. It's all his. It's all that tenant's because he's
Okay.
the one that.
You're going to have to kind of read your tenant the riot act. I mean, you as the landlord have the authority to kick the tenant out if they're not in compliance with the law.
Right.
They're not in compliance with the law, and it's going to potentially costing you your right to have this use. So you need to come back to us with a clear operational plan that will keep that space only for parking. And is everyone okay with the idea of storage in that rear open storage?
I have a question. Ms. Agnostiu mentioned that she will look at the survey to verify. So we do not have the survey in our folder. So when you do look at the survey and revise the property site plan, please do also submit the survey.
Okay, I thought we did early on, but we definitely will.
Okay,
Our
thank you.
next submission, okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How much, so let's go to the public.
So this application is 20768BZ, 11558 Dunkirk Street, Queens. If you wish to call in, it's 646-558-8656. The number is 967-1904-4952.
So while we're waiting to see if there's anyone from the public, if you're a member of the public and you're sitting in our Zoom room and you'd like to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. I don't see anybody who just called in, so everyone is in Zoom. So Ms. Agnostiu, how much time do you need to respond to this?
So let's just quickly go over what Mr. Green has to do here. He has to install the curbs of the planting beds, make sure they're the actual dimension as we show on our plan, and have the trees that we're actually showing on our plan, except for the ones that have to be planted in the spring. Then he has to repair the fence along the side lot line, along the entire perimeter. Whatever's in disrepair has to fix it. Clean up that wooded area, any fallen trees and branches. And actually, you had mentioned that a tree had fallen during the hurricane, most recent hurricane, and Mr. Green?
Yes, yeah, right. That's probably what caused that fence to go in. Yeah, you'll see there's a tree on top of it.
And then Commissioner, I forgot who mentioned it, but that the parking area, the vice chair, the parking area should be striped. Is that something we should do now at this time?
With
and then-
signage that indicates no outdoor storage, employee and customer parking only, like that.
Right, and then discuss with your tenant, have him attend the next hearing, and make it clear that he could lose his lease if he doesn't follow through, and limit storage only to the open area. So as far as the things that have to physically be done, Mr. Green, how much time do you think you need?
Well, I'm gonna need at least 3 months that's construction. I gotta get curbs made and signs made. I would say at least 3 months.
Okay. All right. So when you say curbs, I just want to make sure, Ms. Agnostiu, you, I know because we've seen them, have details in your roster. Please include them on the drawings like immediately and show
Yes.
Ms. Green, because I don't want them to be something that is purchased prefabricated and just sort of laid there. That's not what a curb is. It's a poured element that creates the planting bed. So there is actually a planting bed detail. It's not just a curb that sort of you stick up against the edge. It's actually a full detail of how a planting bed is made, and it needs to be that. So I'm not sure how you do that after the fact. I'm very surprised that your landscaper just sort of, unless it wasn't a landscaper, threw the trees in like this. But it needs to be done properly. Otherwise, the trees won't survive. especially those big ones. They will not survive.
Especially if they're 30, 40 feet.
So,
So what I could, we'll definitely do the plan, the details provided to Mr. Green and even submitted to the board before he does any installation so that he's actually following the plan, whoever's going to do this work. We can submit that plan to the board as well.
okay, so if you want sort of a sign off on the plans as modified, then how much time will you just modify the plans to show what we're talking about?
2 weeks at most.
So let's do this in 2 steps. You submit drawings and we'll put you on as early as possible for a hearing so that we can at least review your drawings and say, okay, good to go. And then go, right? Because also pouring concrete, it's going to snow this week. Really concrete now. So I don't think.
Good point.
No,
Okay.
All right, so let's do that. So 2 weeks just to submit drawings and also an operational plan. So maybe we'll give you a little more time because you're going to need to negotiate with the tenant. So maybe 3 weeks. So Mr. Green, so you need an operational plan. How are you going to make this work? Okay, that needs to be committed to in a narrative that Ms. Anagnostou prepares, and ultimately maybe we're going to have a restrictive covenant that we record that says no storage in this side yard. As many things as we can think of to enforce this and for Mr. Green to be able to show his tenants. I mean business, we're not kidding. In other words, Mr. Green is saying that to his tenant. Okay. So an operational plan about how this is actually going to work and amend the drawings to show that rear areas, open storage, the striping, the planting that's done properly using properly detailed planting beds, okay?
Okay.
And the signage, all that stuff, okay? Great.
All
right.
signage for the parking area, yes.
Okay, and yeah, all right. That's it then. Any other questions or statements from the commissioners before we move on? Okay, great. Thank you very much, both of you, for attending.
Okay, so you will let us know the submission date and next hearing date.
Right, so
Okay.
I don't know if it's really possible, but with 3 weeks to submit, it might be the end of January. That's what I would be going for. And that'll give time for a really good planting season in there. I'm just not sure because we have many cases on for that day.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Item number 17, 2409 BZ, 7810 164th Road, Queens.
Okay, I see Mr. Most just joined. When you can hear us, state your name.
Jordan Most on behalf of the applicant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we see you. Raise your right hand. Is there anyone, is the owner joining you?
The owner, no, the owner was here till about 12:30, but is not here.
All right. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board in response to the board member questions?
I do.
Madam Chair?
Okay, well, go ahead, Mr. Most. You heard what
So the first thing I'd like to say is it sounded like in the review session that I was somehow admonished for maybe not have been truthful with respect to DOB filings or the sprinkler. I just want to make clear that that is not the case. I have never represented anything untrue with respect to this matter or any other matter. And that if there is something that is questionable with respect to what's in any of the written materials or any of my spoken testimony, I would welcome the opportunity to discuss that. First, I want to say that this is an active nursing care facility, that it employs over 100 people on any given day. Over 100 people are moving in and out of there as employees. It's a residence and a rehabilitation facility for up to 143 people. Its occupancy is not at 143 people right now. It has 143 beds licensed by the Department of Health. I guess I felt like that some of the comments that were made it sound like this is a facility that's being used for storage. I just felt like there was a little bit of that the nature of this site, that it was a little bit sort of the forest being lost for the trees, and that we're not hiding from the Department of Health. This is a facility that is licensed and regulated by the New York State Department of Health. The Department of Health has been on site as recent as October and has, for a particular inspection regarding infection control issues, and no problems were found. This site has been visited by the fire department. Summons were issued, as you know, back in on several occasions between November and February, and all of those issues were resolved before they even ripened into violations. All the summons conditions were corrected. There is a large compactor on the site. That is a compactor that is not the facility's compactor. It's a leased or rented situation, and new compactors come in and out of the site on a regular basis. The compactor is cleared, I believe it's every 7 to 10 days, and sometimes a new compactor comes on the site. So I just want to point that out because it relates to some of the photos that Commissioner Shabeta took, and some of the discussion was about in the review session.
So, sorry, we don't know
Sure.
which compactor. That's the first that I've heard of it. We've been talking about containers that have been stored there for 20 years. We've been talking about storage sheds and things like that, and cages and things that are storing sharps and gas tanks. So we're not aware of which one of those things is a compactor.
The compactor, I can help. The compactor is it's the photo from the street view. You'll see the neighbor house, that big black I guess compactor is a compactor. But I do want to, Mr. Most, I do want to say, the way you're addressing this case is as if there isn't a real issue here. There is a real issue here. I saw it with my own eyes, and I think that we should probably focus on how we're going to remedy that issue. And I'm not necessarily. I'm a little taken back by your client not being here, considering what the review session was about. If it's not as important to him, of these employees' jobs and the people he's caring for, to be here when this application's on, especially considering this ongoing issue that we've been having, that is concerning.
So I listened very intently, as did the facility manager, was watching and listening, and he had to depart. He was here for 2.5 hours. But I'm happy, and I want to finish talking. I'm happy to talk about all of the things you spoke about, including, as I note, that there was a dumpster full of cardboard recycling materials. I see the pictures. I understand the site. That was flipped open, and the compactor, which says the words Regency across the side of it, that photograph, also has the door is open, and those doors should not be open. And I don't dispute that. And I don't say that that's not, I'm not sure if it rises to the level of being an issue. I think they generally and usually are. Well, in fairness, the photographs are from a single point in time. And this is a facility that moves and operates busy on a daily basis. And the site is, as I see in the photographs, is a fairly clean site. Well, I understand that there are a number of containers back there, and I don't dispute that or try to hide that. And that was never the intention, obviously, of the applicant to have those there for such a long time. But and then I just want to keep moving along. I'm not here to hide or brush anything under the rug. And there's the door that says it's a infectious waste material, which includes sharps and includes PPE materials. A nursing home has enormous PPE material responsibility in today's universe. And I know that the commission said that they were that they didn't like the notion that, you know, blame everything on COVID. But COVID has enormous impacts on nursing care facilities. And I'm fortunate I can work from home, and if I stay safe, it doesn't have the same personal impact. But people live there and people have to work there. These are the frontline people, as we know. And with respect to, if I could just say one more thing, because COVID's important in terms of, I think I don't want to lose focus on what this application is about, because I understand this is an application about seeking more time for an applicant to avail itself of an approval that was approved many years ago. And I understand that. And the chair referenced that. It was 2011. And it's been a long time. And while the applicant was ramping up to move forward, COVID did affect their ability to obtain a new certificate of need from the Department of Health, which is one of the things that's needed in order to move forward, because COVID has depressed the occupancy rate of the facility. And so these things I'm not blaming COVID, but it has a real impact on the nature of, well, where this facility operates in the Department of Health universe. But you saw that door unlocked, and that door should not be unlocked. You're 100% correct. And I believe, and I've been informed, that if you were there 100 times, you would see it locked 99 times. Now, it may have been that someone was moving materials in and out at the time. I don't know. And I'm not trying to make excuses. Those things should be addressed and should be fixed. The door on the dumpster should be a closed and latched door. The door on the infectious waste materials should be locked, and should be locked at all times. If someone's coming back in 7 minutes, they should lock it. The oxygen tanks are in unlocked.
Rather than going on like this, where you're noticing that we noticed, the first part of it is we stated a year ago that these are lots that are supposed to have been developed with the extension for this new building, which was the subject of a variance. Instead, and if you'll remember, we also knew about what was going inside of those houses. They were also being used to store, I don't know, sort of refuse clothing and things like that. And so none of those uses are permitted first of all, out in the open. Open storage is not a permitted use in a residence district. It's just not. And storage of used clothing or whatever it is that is actually being stored, because we don't have recent photographs inside of the houses, is also not allowed. And a year ago, we said, cease and desist, remove all of that. Find a proper way of storing those things within the building. And the response to that was delay and delay and delay and delay until we get to a year of delay and requested adjournments and so on. So that just sounds like maybe the building itself has Department of Health inspections, but the Department of Health is not looking at the exposure to the community of all of this open storage that is a blight, a true blight. And the idea of being, of defending that blight I find, and I agree with Commissioner Shibeta, the idea that the owner set aside 2 hours in the morning and that's all, when these are Zoom calls, right? You can call from your car, you can call from your restaurant, you can cancel the other appointment. We discussed dismissing this case, voting no. And I agree with Commissioner Shibeta, if the owner doesn't think that it's important enough to get this variance extended, then I guess it's not important enough. And we stop becoming the, the compliance department, and we let the other agencies that control compliance of public health, safety, welfare take care of this, because we can't be here for another year waiting for this facility, which didn't qualify for a certificate of need a year ago before there was COVID, won't qualify now.
That's not correct.
It didn't qualify. You told us it didn't have a certificate of need. That's why.
It lapsed. Their certificate of need for this enlargement lapsed because they weren't pursuing. Because they weren't pursuing the enlargement.
It lapsed, and that's called not having the certificate of need. And then they needed to apply for another one or renew, which they didn't do. And that was a year ago. You can't use COVID for everything. These are conditions that have not changed.
We're not eligible, but they're not eligible for a certificate of need because their occupancy rates are lower because of COVID. It is directly a result of COVID. So I don't understand. I guess I don't understand what's served by dismissing an action that's intended to add and improve an existing facility, the enlargement of which is supported by the Department of Health. And that we
cannot keep something on the calendar indefinitely while your client gets their act together, if they'll ever get their act together. And their behavior on the adjoining properties is an indicator that they're not really good at managing their facility. If the facility looks anything like this side yard, I'm concerned. But the idea, so it doesn't mean that they can never get a variance. They have to come back and apply for a variance again. It's already 10 years. We can't just keep it. And by the way, no submission was ever made since November 2019 at our initial hearing to respond to our more than 30 comments. We never ever got a submission to persuade us that this case met the Putnam test, that this case was deserving of an extension. It's just, the excuse is COVID, I don't know, what's the excuse? So the excuse is not an excuse. So far, you haven't responded to our questions, and I don't want to keep this going anymore. Vice Chair Shanda?
Yeah, I think this is where, as I was hearing this discussion, and what came to mind is that if, let's say, we do deny this application, my fear is it's not going to improve the condition of the site. It will remain as is. So we have to use, this is my thinking, that we have to use this condition of this grant to have the current site condition be improved in whatever manner that can be, as temporary as it may be, through as part of our extension of terms in this case. Because if we let it lapse, the applicant will just will have no incentive to fix any of the issues that Commissioner Shibeta noticed at the site. So we will have no leverage. I honestly think that. And I think if we want any improvement to the site done, we have to use the current action that is before us as a way to leverage it and have the applicant fix those issues, however long it takes, have them fix it, and then provide the and it would be helpful. The applicant can back up their assertion that COVID is causing it to provide a letter and help us, get there. But I think we should continue it and have the site improve, because otherwise it will just remain as is, and no one will do anything.
I just want to say, we've been waiting a year and it hasn't budged 1 inch. If anything, maybe it's worse. The owner seems not to care and has made no effort to do any cleanup. So we have already contacted fire department, Department of Health. There's many agencies we contacted, and the response is the containers have been there for 20 years. Let's leave them there. And we haven't gotten violations from the Department of Health. So what we have is a constant. And also what we know is that they don't have a certificate of need, won't get one until the facility is able to increase their occupancy, which arguably they won't be able to do, because I'm just taking a hazard that they are not the most desirable place to go. So maybe people are
That's
looking elsewhere.
an unfounded comment. That's not fair.
It's not unfounded. I'm looking at how they maintain the adjoining site. If it's an indicator of how they maintain the interior, I take my relative out of there. I mean, I don't know what else to go on. There's been no effort to improve this situation for a year. So, and we are not a compliance agency. There's nothing we can do to make the agency step in. We can't go there and clean out the site. We can't, other than sending notes to DOB and all of those things. There's nothing we can do. We're not an agency with any teeth like that.
Is the board requiring that all of the containers be removed from the site?
We required that a year ago. It's not allowed to be open storage.
It's not open storage. It's containers. It's a shed. They are sheds. It's not open storage.
There are the photographs from Commissioner Shibeta showed really the opposite. It shows a random hazard of stuff being stored badly without respect for the neighbors, without respect for health. I mean, that's for the reason our commissioners go on spot site visits, to see it in real life, to see what's actually going on, as opposed to.
I guess I don't understand. I understand there is stuff. There are containers and enclosures. There are things that are moved out on a constant basis. The laundry is removed in and out every single day. And the dumpster, the compactor is cleared weekly. I guess you said that there are health concerns. That door should be locked, but I don't see where there are these immediate and pressing. You saw yards of houses that have residential debris in them.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I think if you are so convinced the operation at the site is totally per whatever norm of hospital care, please provide an operational plan that currently is being abided by, and let us evaluate that, because as Commissioner Shibeta's photographs indicate, I am uncomfortable. So please do then provide an operational plan that will convince us this is what you're currently doing. And if it is wrong, you will fix it to ensure that there is no gaps in the process that will further jeopardize the neighbors in the area.
But
Ms. Rose, I want to go one step further. If I just have one question. Ms. Rose, are you, a few moments earlier, you stated that you asked whether or not we would want those crates to be removed. Is that something your client's willing to do? And if so, how long would it take?
They're not.
I am not sure. I mean, it's an enormous undertaking that if they have to do it for, I guess, what they believe will be unfortunately a temporary period. And I understand it's hard to hear me say temporary, but all those things, I guess they could be moved to an offsite storage location, and then they'll have to be trucked back and forth to the facility as they're needed. Those are filled with linens and wheelchairs and walkers and kitchen materials.
Some of those have not been opened.
Right. Sorry. No, that's okay. what is the standard practice of a nursing home with regards to storage of these material?
Right.
And
Normally,
are they are what is being provided now? Are those meeting those guidelines? First, you have to convince us of that, which we are not convinced of. If it is not, what do you need to do to make it compliant? I understand that the building, I kind of understand that the building, it has outlived its service, and you're temporarily finding these storage things to provide these services. I understand
Right.
that, but are those permitted? Are those permitted under the current guidelines of DOH? Are you allowed to do that? And if you're allowed to do that, are you meeting those standards? You need to provide us those guidelines. You cannot just say that, state those, show those facts. And if there are certain gaps in the services, which is possible, show it through the operational plan how you can tighten those.
I would like to add, though, these are vacant lots for development. This is
no vacant lots.
that is, they're lots that are being used to store materials in a residence district, which is not an acceptable way of dealing with your community. I don't want to drag this on because we're talking in circles.
I know,
now,
but those
okay?
houses are filled with tenants. They're not, those are people live in those houses, all of the houses. There's
That
one,
wasn't
one
the
of,
case. It wasn't the case when we started it. When we started it, they were being used to store things, right?
That is not correct. That is a sweeping generalization. There are 4 houses. One of the houses has a doctor's office pursuant to a certificate of occupancy that is a permitted use. Photographs that were taken back in November of 2019 observed cluttered conditions. Those conditions have been fixed, and I can get photographs of the interior conditions. But I think that is it. There was no fire department access sought to the other houses, and if there was, I will call the fire department and arrange for a visit to show that there is no. They're not storage. Those buildings. There are at least 10 tenants in the 4 different buildings. They're occupied residential structures. So to call them all houses filled with materials isn't a fair characterization.
Okay, Mr. Most.
I really,
Go ahead, Commissioner Shabeta.
I just want to know what you're proposing to do now you've heard the concerns of the board, to address them rather than tell us these aren't concerns.
Okay.
Those crates, they're a concern. They're an eyesore that's not appropriate in residential. Sorry, Chair.
Right, before we go on and on with Mr. Most just throwing out those things, my recommendation is this, because we've been at this a year and we never got a submission from Mr. Most in response to our questions in November of 2019 that questioned whether or not, completely independent of the site conditions, questioned whether or not this was entitled to an extension of time to construct, since 0 work had been done and it seemed as if it wasn't meeting the Putnam findings. I would like to close the hearing and give Mr. Most a chance to respond to everything, all the concerns that are here, how they're actually going to clean up the site, because it is really unacceptable. And it's been unacceptable since we first learned about the site. And then we decide at the next hearing whether we vote this out for failure to prosecute, because it depends on what the submission is, or we vote to deny because it doesn't meet the findings for an extension, or we vote to extend based on what we see. But you cannot just keep dragging this on. So I would like to make a motion. Oh, did we already invite members of the public on this one, Kurt?
Not yet.
No, and also I'd like Chief Daly to speak. Go ahead.
You're muted. You're muted. Okay. Go ahead. You're muted.
Keep muting yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to bring to the board's attention that the fire department does have 2 outstanding violation orders on the premises. The most serious of it being our fire alarm unit, had issued a violation order for failure to maintain the fire alarm system. The system at these premises has not been approved since December 2018. Any other violation orders that were issued to these premises have been corrected, so which is a great thing, but the fire alarm system still has not been approved. Mr. Most, your invitation to visit those 4 residences, while I was in one of them where supposedly was used as a doctor's office, the others we were not able to access. I will send you an email later today requesting an inspection date for those 3 other residents, prepare my report to submit to the board.
You mentioned that, thank you. You mentioned that there were 2 outstanding violations. You mentioned a fire alarm that hadn't been approved since.
So we have the fire alarm inspection unit issued a violation order, failure to fix their fire alarm system. Then we have another unit that's called the public buildings unit. They're responsible for inspection of nursing homes, and that violation order is failure to provide letter of acceptance from the fire alarm inspection unit. So both of the violation orders have to do with the fire alarm. So I know you get one, the other, both of them get dismissed, but the fire alarm still has not been approved.
Okay, I'll reach out to you so I can get the details on what that is. I'm not aware of that. So
Okay. No problem.
Okay, thank you. You talk to the storage, maybe go on another visit to check out the side storage on the site.
I remember I did look at the storage unit, and it's really an enforcement part on the Department of Buildings. I think my unit did contact them, and I just checked the DOB, and I see nothing was done. We will invite the DOB again to visit the site with us, so we can take a look at the container, storage containers that's on the site.
Okay, it's not just storage containers, it's also open tanks of oxygen and we don't know what else.
Well, no, those open in defense of the nursing home, according to my labs unit, they were inspected and they're being stored properly. And they have a permit from our labs unit for the storage of gas and other gases on site. So they are current with their permits.
I thought that compressed gas has to be locked. So
At the time of the inspection by our labs unit, it was in a cage. Maybe at the time of your inspection, they probably moved it out. But I can ask our labs unit to join us on our inspection and our next inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Verify.
Can we open this up to the public?
(2409) BZ 78-10 164th Road, Queens. You wish to call at 646-558-8656. ID number is 967-1904-4952. And if you're in the Zoom, you can raise your hand to speak.
Okay, so Mr. Most, I am going to close this hearing, but I want to give you enough time to respond, and it's not 6 months. It'll be like a month.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to hear any more adjournments denied in advance. Your client must participate in both the response and in the next, let's say, listening to whatever it is we do after this is closed. We may just vote on it. Depends on what commissioners think based on your submission. It's just, yeah, this can't like drag out. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
If I could, can I just ask one question? Because sorry, is my only path to not being dismissed, require removal of the containers. Or as Commissioner Chanda maybe sort of hinted, that if I could demonstrate that they are permitted to be in the yard and so forth. So
So let's see
I
if
don't
I
want
can
to head down a.
It's 1:40 and we have 6 other applications to hear before 2. All right. So if I could just do this quickly. The site is a mess. Commissioner Shabeta was able to get onto the site without asking permission or having anyone open a gate and wander around and see storage just haphazard. It's not an appropriate way to maintain the site. If whatever is in those containers is typically used by hospitals to store whatever it is that's stored in there, prove it to us. But I don't think that these containers are the right way to impose on a residential district, and we directed you to get rid of them a year ago. So you're not making us feel like this is a responsive application.
I understand. Okay.
In addition to not being responsive, you never answered the questions from more than a year ago. So you better be able to answer all of those questions to our satisfaction, or I think we won't be able to make the findings in addition to finding an uncooperative applicant. So, and the fact that your client somehow or other doesn't seem to find this important enough to attend. So, all right. So with that, a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter. Chair Perlmutter?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Oh, he's out. Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to allow 4 weeks to submit the answer because otherwise I know this is going to end up being 6 months. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Next item is item number 18, 76456BZ 200-05 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
I'm not sure who's appearing for
Mr. Duarte.
He's appearing. Okay. That could be Franklin Zuckerberg. Because I know he always has someone with him. Or maybe if you're appearing for Horace Harding, please raise your Zoom hand. There are 3 people in the Zoom room.
Did we freeze?
Who?
Oh, no, there was just radio silence. So I just thought maybe my end froze. Okay.
No, it's just that we don't have anyone calling in yet. Can someone?
I'm texting I'm sending a message to Mr. Duarte.
And if anyone is in the Zoom room and can hear, but they're not actually in the Zoom room, I don't know if that's possible, then dial *9 to raise your hand if you're actually just calling in. That's to speak on Horace Harding.
Recall. I don't know, I left a message.
Okay, maybe we should just go on to the next one and do this on second call or, second call.
Okay. Next item is number 19, 12597 BZ, 6101 Alderton Street, Queens.
Okay, that's Miss Anagnostou.
Hi, Cindy.
Yes, hello?
I
Hello.
hear you, see you. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to swear, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do. And I believe the landlord is also John Ritter. He's in the waiting
Yes.
room.
Yes, he's here. Hold on a
Okay.
minute.
And I'm not sure who else has joined us regarding this application, but I'll just go on. I heard the comments earlier. I noted the chair's comment about the trash enclosure area, that it should be, the door should fit and sit better and closer together without any gaps. And I'll relay that to the Blinds to Go design architect. And also regarding the lighting study, for location number 3, there was a bit of spillover, but it falls within the threshold. So whatever spillover is negligible, but what we will do is redirect any lighting and retest it to make sure that if anything, it's very minimal. Other than that, I think we really covered and did a lot of work on everything that the board was concerned about, all the issues that were raised, and I'd like to thank the board for their patience on this.
So thank you again. Thank you to the team. You did a really excellent job. I appreciate it. Mr. Ritter is on, and also there's Janine Buchner.
She's the design architect for Blinds to Go. So
okay, and Franklin Zuckerbrot.
He's also the landlord.
Okay. So those people are on. I don't know if they want to add anything, but I don't think we had anything else because I think everybody was okay with what was proposed, right?
We've covered everything. This is Frank Zuckerbrot. Thank you again for the board's time. We appreciate that.
Okay, then let's go to public testimony.
Okay, this case is 12597 BZ, 6101 Alderton Street, Queens.
No, I can't see the panelists. Where are they? Okay, so I don't know.
Call in.
Sorry?
Somebody did just call in. So if you raise your Zoom hand to speak on this.
Is it a 718 number? I hope it's not Mr. Schwartz.
They have to raise their Zoom hand by dialing *9 if they called. So then, do we see anybody who would like to give testimony here? I don't see anybody. There's a Joseph Gayon who's in the waiting room. If you're interested in speaking on this case,
12597 BZ, 6101 Alderton Street, Queens.
right, if you would like to speak on that case, please raise your Zoom hand, and if you call, then dial *9. Otherwise, seeing no hands raised, I'd like to make a motion to close this. I don't think so in terms of the lighting, that's something that that your team will just take care of to make sure that there's no spillage. Neighbors, but was negligible, but if you could down it to the point of being 0, that would be excellent. Okay. So I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shedder is absent, right? Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so that's closed and there's nothing to submit. So we'll put it on for decision as soon as possible. But I do have to say again to the team, that's how you process an application. Basically, one hearing and a request for information and a submission, and you're done. So thank you very much to the team for doing it the right way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would appreciate a decision as soon as possible because they do have a tenant and they don't want to lose them. And that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Okay, we'll do our best. The January is very crowded, but we'll see what we can do. Okay.
Continue on, Madam Chair, next case.
Yeah.
Okay. New cases, item number 267753BZ, 6128 Fresh Meadow Lane, Queens.
Mr. Gayon raised his hand, so let's have him in. Okay, when you can hear us, please state your name. There you go.
I can hear you guys. Good afternoon, Joe Gayon on behalf of the applicant.
For Fresh Meadow Lane, correct?
That's correct.
You're from Ackerman?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone else joining you? No?
It's just me today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please proceed. Respond to
Good
the board's
afternoon,
comments.
Chair, members of the board. I heard your comments this morning regarding providing additional detail with compliance with the conditions. I'm happy to provide that information in a follow-up submission. One of your questions was pertaining to whether we've been back to the community board. We provided our biannual report to the community board on October 20th. And I'm happy to provide the evidence of that in our written submission. When we submitted to the community board, they didn't indicate that they had any questions or that they've heard any complaints from the surrounding community. And that is the only information that I have on that at this time. You had one other comment regarding notice. I'm happy to provide notice consistent with other Board of Standards and Appeals applications to affected property owners. I just, wasn't sure what type of notice you had in mind. So I'm happy to offer that as well.
Okay, that's great. So normally, since this is this is an extension of time, normally there isn't a notice requirement, but because it's a controversial project, we'd like to notify neighbors. I think it's usually 400 feet, right? You just send notice to neighbors as if it were a new application.
That's not a problem. And we'll provide proof of that notice with our next submission.
Okay, and also to the community board because they also weren't notified. So
not a problem.
It's good that it's great that you submitted an update to them, but they should know that we're in hearing on this. Okay.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you. All right, let's see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this.
This application is 66677-53BZ, 6128 Fresh Meadow Lanes, Queens.
So in the meantime, how much time do you need? Mr. Gayon?
I can make a submission as soon as possible. So, as quick as you can put it back on the calendar, I'll conform to your schedule.
Okay. Plus we have to give notice, so that's a minimum of 20 days from the time that before the hearing. Okay, so we'll let you know when that continuation date is. Okay, I make a note of how much time you need. I'm writing 3 weeks because that seems like a nice amount of time. That's the 3 weeks to submit. Okay.
Not a problem.
Great. Thank you very much. Any word from Mr. Duarte?
No.
All right, keep going then.
The next item is item 21, 85-10BZ 311 East Fordham Road, the Bronx.
Mr. Sanjak has his hand up. Okay, go ahead.
Is Mr. Sanjak?
Yeah, there he is.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Want to raise your
Frank
right
Sanjak.
hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Frank St. Jacques, Ackerman LLP for the applicant. We heard the comments at this morning's review session. I'll note that we can provide an affidavit showing proof of service. I'm happy to send that to the project manager. With respect to the violations on.
Before you go on, you had a cover letter in July that said you included proof of service. Did you provide that? Like, we just need to submit it again if we can't find it.
Yeah, and sorry, you may have just moved the screen so I can still see you guys.
It said you had a cover letter of July 23rd.
My submission is showing from that July submission. The files on my computer are showing that proof of service included in there. I can't speak to, I'm not sure if we used the Dropbox or how we got it to you. So it's possible that maybe that didn't get to you. I don't know. I know I'm seeing it in my list of submission materials.
So when you said provide an affidavit, it should be that one. You don't have to create a new one.
Oh, no. I'm sorry for the confusion. Yeah, absolutely. It's the affidavit that was created earlier, much earlier this year, showing that the requisite mailing was made upon filing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I'm sorry you don't have that. I can make sure that you get that this afternoon. The other comment was related to there's an open ECB violation and 2 open DOB violations. My statement of facts contains an error, and I can clarify what's going on with the violations. And there's not only a substantive error, but there's a typo in the statement of facts. So hopefully I can unravel some of the confusion on my end. The ECB violation that's open is unrelated to the site. I actually pulled the written notice of violation, and that's related to the Metro PCS, another business within the building. So the ECB violation is not in fact related to Planet Fitness's operations. Where the substantive error is in noting that the DOB violations are not related to Planet Fitness. That is not correct. I apologize for the confusion, and I just clarified with the property owner and architect. There are 2 wheelchair lifts within the space itself. They're shown on our plans and shown within the photographs. DOB violations were issued with respect to those devices that remain open. I spoke to the, I guess the, I'm not sure what their title is, the person that deals with elevator violations for Planet Fitness in the area. They said that they are aware of those violations. The wheelchair lifts themselves are operational and have never been out of operation, but that they need to resolve the violating conditions relating to those 2 wheelchair lifts. So she said that would be done in about 6 to 8 weeks, and we could provide something in writing to clarify that. So again, I apologize for the issue there, but these violations do relate to Planet Fitness operations.
Are there fines related to
No, so that's the thing. Typically, as it was explained to me, if there's a more, I guess, severe violation relating to that's issued by DOB upon an inspection, it gets turned into an environmental control board violation with a summons and an administrative hearing and monetary penalties and potentially the repeated ECB violations. These DOB violations were issued in January of 2019, and although they're still open and need to have correction shown to resolve them, there's not an associated ECB violation or any sort of fine. I'm waiting for confirmation on what the violating conditions are, but the elevator, I'm going to call them a tech person, indicated that it was something probably more along the lines of there not being a label or something having to do a more administrative rather than mechanical type violation.
Okay.
And we can provide more information as I receive it in writing.
Okay, great. All right then. Any other comments from commissioners on this? All right then, so let's go to the public.
So this case is 85-10BZ 309-311 East Fordham Road, the Bronx.
And in the meantime, Vinroy, were you able to find the proof of service?
I'm still trying to locate it, and if I find it, I'll try to get it to you. Yes, but I haven't seen it up this one.
Okay, because I believe, no, yeah, you said you had it in your review that you sent to me, so maybe you saw it. But don't forget that things that are titled proof of service, and when you open them, they're not. You have to open them. Okay, I'm not sure how. Okay.
I'll go check again.
Okay, thank you. All right then. I don't see anyone calling in. Oh, there is a phone call. The person who just called in, welcome. If you would like to speak on this case, which is 311 East Fordham Road in the Bronx, please dial *9, and that raises your hand. And we'll recognize you. *9 to raise your hand to speak on the East Fordham Road what is it? Planet Fitness.
If that number ends in 2764, that's Mr. Duarte.
It ends in 343.
Okay.
Okay, so they're not raising their hand. So then I'd say we could close this, and in the meantime, you submit, Mr. Sanjak, a narrative on the violations to clarify, and then the proof of service of initial submission. Those are the only outstanding things.
Will do. And just in the interest of your team having it sooner rather than later, I forwarded the affidavit of service, but I will submit it formally along with this narrative with respect to the violations. And that's something we're able to do relatively quickly.
What's the relatively quickly? How much time?
I can submit by the end of this week.
Oh, that's not going to do you any good. We don't.
Madam Chair, it's Carlo. Mr. St. Jacques, you're also going to be correcting your narrative? There was a typo.
Sorry, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Director. The paragraph in the statement of facts that makes reference to these applications, I will correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm just going to, since you can do it quick, I'm just going to write 2 weeks to submit. But I don't know, we have a huge calendar on January 11th. I don't know we're going to be able to do that, but let's see what happens. Okay.
That sounds great. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Mr. Duarte is now called in, so let's go back to his case. So we're recalling 76456BZ 20005 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. It's 2:03. Are we in a different line?
Oh, good point. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
Mr. Duarte's there.
I'm here.
Okay, so, what do we do? Kurt,
Good
should we-
afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Just 1 minute, Mr. Duarte. We're now crashing into our afternoon hearing. Normally, we switch to the other hearing channel so that people don't think we've abandoned them.
Can somebody log into the other webinar and just announce that we'll be with them shortly?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I don't know how to do that.
So,
To be one of the hosts.
Yeah, so,
Carlo or Steve?
yeah, can Carlo, Steve, please acknowledge?
Yes, let me try.
Okay, so you'll log into the other one and tell them that we're late on their morning and we'll be with them in a few minutes, okay?
And do you need to make sure to press the start webinar button so that the attendees are able to join and hear you?
Okay, let's go ahead. Duarte, sorry about that. You want to swear him in?
Do you affirm, Mr. Duarte, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Duarte.
I just got out of the hospital 4 days. I cracked my wrist. I tripped and fell. I didn't trip, I fell. So I was for the whole week I was in the hospital. So basically, go ahead.
Sorry. So you didn't hear our review session?
I was yes, I did listen to the review session.
Okay, I'm not sure that, so the thing that we were looking for was the signage by frontage.
The what?
The signage analysis by frontage?
The signage analysis.
By frontage. We didn't see that in the submission.
I'd have to go through it. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. Okay. The
Okay,
signage,
you're supposed to do a signage analysis in terms of the maximum allowable area of each.
right, because I think there was a BSA sign analysis file with the zoning analysis, the second sheet.
But it has to be by frontage. Go ahead, Commissioner Ollie Brown.
It has to be by what?
By frontage.
It has to be broken out by frontage so you could show compliance with the C1 zone.
So you want to show it on the plans, is that right?
You could just put it in the analysis form and just do one by Horace Harding and one by the other frontage. How much square footage faces each one?
Yes, okay, I got it.
And if one is illuminated, it's a different
No,
calculation.
I don't believe they're illuminated.
Right, okay. All right, and then, let's see. There was a comment, just to let your client know, there was a comment from the Auburndale Improvement Association about one broken flag kind of at the edge of the property. I don't know if it's actually fronting your property.
They picked up a crack in the sidewalk somewhere that the owner felt didn't have to be complied with, but he will do it. He will comply and fix the crack in the sidewalk.
And then to change on the drawings, the type of doors that you have on your dumpster enclosure, instead of wire mesh with those infill things, use steel doors. You got that, right?
They wanted steel doors or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's a notation on your drawing for the finish material on the building. What is that? It says finished concrete block cover with Gulf Gray 4216002000VL pastel coat. Is that stucco?
I have to talk to the architect who designed it.
right.
That's the material of the building.
All right, let's find out what that is because I couldn't find out what that was.
Okay.
Okay, and then we had asked that the area behind the enlargement be landscaped so it wouldn't get filled with trash or be used as storage. So show that area landscaped.
The area behind, what was that again?
So there's a sort of little rectangular area behind the extension,
Yes,
between the extension and the rear lot line, or maybe this really the side lot line, but anyway, that needs to be landscaped so they don't end up using it for trash.
oh, okay, okay.
And then we needed photos of the rear wall of the existing building. We never got that.
The rear wall is what?
Of the existing building, we never got that. Photos.
There was no problem with that as far as that was going through the year. We've been on this, I think, a year or two already, and I don't think that was a problem at that time.
No, it's just we want photos of the rear of the building. And we asked for that at the last hearing and we didn't get that. So just have your client photograph the rear of the building.
The rear of the building?
Yeah, just photograph the rear of the building and
You
send
want a
us those photos.
photograph of the rear of the building?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Okay, got that? Okay, and then the last thing is, if you go to your statement of facts that you submitted in February of this year, on page 2, there are blanks that talk about the setbacks, that the building's setback from the street.
page 2, is this the plans we're talking about?
No, it's the statement of facts.
Oh, I left off some dimensions?
Yeah, exactly. So you go back and look at the one you submitted in February.
That was corrected on a subsequent filing. I corrected that.
Should have been in the August, yeah.
Was it? You found a new statement of facts? I didn't find it.
Okay,
Okay, so hey, let's leave it this way unless you can find it, Tony.
okay, I'll take care of that.
Okay, maybe it's already there, in which case just say it was on the August submission or something like that.
Okay, okay,
Okay, that's it.
okay.
How much time do you need to do that?
What is now, December? Probably by the end of January.
Okay. All right. Is it your right hand? Are you right-handed?
I'm right-handed, yeah.
So you know. All right.
They can't believe I came to work today, Kate.
Yes. You know what? If anyone's going to come to work today, I'm sure it was going to be you.
Yeah.
No matter what. Okay, so I don't think anything that's outstanding here means we can't close. So,
Well, I don't know. The community board keeps picking up things the night before. I don't know, of sidewalks and this and that. They can't do everything at once. I don't know. But the building behind us is a medical building, and there's no required windows allowed along that lot line. So we are not affecting the medical building with lights at all. Okay.
yeah, we were okay with that because that's what we said, because it's an office building.
It's an office, a medical office building.
Okay. So we're going to go to the public now. Just give us a second. The public invited to speak on this application 200-05 Horace Harding Expressway in Queens, application number 76456BZ. And we'll give it just a few minutes and then I'll move to close, okay? So just make those submissions by the end of January and we'll send you a note about when the next hearing is, okay? So I would like, okay, Mr. Duarte?
Okay, is this the new procedure? You have the executive session in the morning and the public hearing in the afternoon? Is that the way it's gonna work?
No, actually, it's just because the hearing's been going on so long, it ended up in the afternoon. We have the review session first at 10 o'clock. And as soon as that's done, we move into the hearing. But because everything went on so long, we're now in the afternoon session and we should.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Oh, he's not here.
Commissioner Shabeta, sorry.
He said, say it again.
Aye.
Aye, okay, sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Shabeta.
So, Mr. Duarte, this is closed and you'll have 8 weeks to submit or something like that. And we'll let you know the exact hearing date in another few days, okay?
Okay, well, I want to wish you all a very happy holiday and a Merry Christmas. Okay.
You as
Thank you, sir, you too. God bless.
Feel
Thank
better.
you.
That will
Thank you.
pass.
Thank you and stay well.
Okay, so I think now we should switch to the 2 p.m. session.
So
So,
this concludes the public hearing for December 14th, 12, oh no, never mind.
doesn't. So we're just switching, for everyone to know, we're switching into the 2 p.m. call-in session. So Sandy Anagnostu's on for this next one. If you could call in for the 2 p.m. session, and then we'll pick up 125-97BZ 6101 Alderton Street in Queens. Okay, so everybody leave this Zoom site and call into the 2 p.m. session. Okay, or Zoom in. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.